Okay. Need more council people.
I'll take it a little.
Call to order this session of the Tacoma Park City Council. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Stewart,
Here.
Councilmember Kovar,
Here.
Councilmember DeBala is muted, no doubt. Councilmember
Here.
DeBala,
I'm here.
Councilmember Costick,
Here.
Councilmember Smith,
Here.
Councilmember Searcy, and Councilmember Siemens, who I skipped.
Present.
Sorry.
Okay, I'm still here.
Great, thank you. First, I'd actually like to start off our meeting tonight before getting into our agenda by just acknowledging what a week this has been and continues to be since we last met. I feel like we say this many of our meetings since COVID began, but I just want to acknowledge the passing of Justice Ginsburg and thank members of our community, particularly Heather Gleason and Laura Barkley and everyone else who helped put together the vigil on Saturday evening. And I just also want to acknowledge and send our thoughts and prayers to the people of in Louisville, Kentucky right now in that community, and hope that the protesters stay safe this evening. And so I think we should take a moment as everyone is grieving a loss of normalcy, our loss of certainty and of loved ones at this time, and just pause and I think hold Justice Ginsburg and Breonna Taylor, her family, and the people of Louisville right now for a few moments. Thank you. Okay. Looking ahead at our council agenda, we only have, I think it's about 4 meetings until we have the election. We have tonight's meeting, and then let's see, next week is the 30th of September already, and we'll begin the meeting with a proclamation for Mark's Kitchen's 30th anniversary. We will continue as we did last week, and we will tonight shortly have recognitions of individuals and organizations who have really stepped up during COVID-19. Our presentation next week will be racial equity best practices, and we'll have the intern who was with us over the summer, Jordan, come back and join us for that. Our voting session next week includes 2 items, resolution adopting a code of conduct and resolution providing for appointments to the Tree Commission. Actually, that's tentative depending on our conversation tonight. The work sessions next week include racial equity initiatives, next steps, FY21 budget amendment number 2, principles of council compensation, a discussion of potential next steps on resident proposal for Dorothy's Woods basketball court area, and an election update. And then on Wednesday, October 7th, we will have, for the record, recognition of Indigenous Peoples Day, other recognitions, and proclamation of International Pronouns Day. Our voting session that night will be a first reading ordinance authorizing FY21 budget amendment number 2. Our work session will include preparation for the 2021 legislative session with the city's legislative advocate, proposed city procurements, and an election update. And then on Wednesday, October 14th, we have so far scheduled voting session, second reading ordinance authorizing FY21 budget amendment number 2, and ordinances approving procurements. And then our work session is a check-in on COVID-19 support. We will be meeting on Wednesday, October 21st, but I have yet to set the agenda for that meeting, but we will soon. And also just to note that as many of you know, Gabby Tayak, who has helped us celebrate Indigenous Peoples Day and mark it in the past, is helping us to hopefully plan something for October 10th in the evening, but I will provide more information on that as soon as I have it. But this year we were thinking of trying to do something a bit more. Gabby has come and spoken to the council before in the past, and we wanted to kind of think of all that we've all been through this year and maybe do something a bit more healing and coming together as we can, social distancing. So more information on that to come. All right, next, recognitions. We have a bunch of guests with us this evening, and I want to pull up for this week. Our mayoral proclamation is recognizing the area PTA Parent Teacher Associations for community assistance during the COVID-19 pandemic. So I will read this, and I know we have a number of folks with us today. So whereas in March 2020, Parent Teacher Association presidents Megan Holland McDonald and Sarah of Tacoma Park Elementary School, and Sarah Gupel of Piney Branch Elementary School, Kathleen Bartles of East Silver Spring Elementary School, Gretchen Wagle Doherty and Fred Azzicardi at Tacoma Park Middle School, recognize the difficulties faced by many Tacoma Park and nearby Silver Spring families in getting food during the pandemic. And whereas in conjunction with others in the 4 schools in the community, including Wendy Kent, Pantry Coordinator, Brian Gehring, TPMS Difference Makers, Adrian Tilton, Tacoma Park Middle School, and Letitia Reed, the Junior Warden of the Episcopal Church of the Ascension, and many volunteers, organizations, and donors, efforts were made to begin providing food to families in need. And whereas the first effort served 33 families in March 2020 and now regularly serve 300 families with produce and shelf-stable foods. And whereas the 4 PTAs reached out to solicit grants and donations, resulting in Montgomery County Public Schools grant for the produce and $150,000 in donations so far from the community through a link on the TPES website. And whereas each effort of packing of food boxes or distribution involves 9 to 12 volunteers, and whereas many of our Tacoma Park and nearby Silver Spring families who have not been able to have enough food are receiving food through the commitment and hard work of these 4 Parent Teacher Association leaders and members and others in our community. Now, therefore, I, Kate Stewart, Mayor of the City of Tacoma Park, Maryland, do hereby express appreciation to the PTAs of Tacoma Park Elementary School, Piney Branch Elementary School, East Silver Spring Elementary School, and Tacoma Park Middle School for recognizing the need to provide food to families during the COVID-19 pandemic and stepping up to immediately do what needed to be done for our community. And I know a number of folks here, and I just have to apologize if I got anyone's name wrong. During the reading of that, I have to say that's probably one of the more difficult pieces of my job. So I see Fred and Megan and Wendy and Sarah and some other folks. If anyone wants to just say a few words, I think you guys can unmute yourselves.
I'll go ahead and say something. Thank you, first of all, for having us tonight, Mayor Stewart. It's a real honor to be here. I think I can speak for those of us here that this is just something that we all felt so passionate about. And I would love to take a minute to just thank Wendy Kent, who really started all of this. You know, when you talk about those 33 families, that was Wendy, you know, she and Brian Gehring as well. And so we kind of invited ourselves into her work, and they so graciously welcomed us, and we, you know, creatively found a way to make it work. And I think this has all brought us, you know, so much satisfaction and joy during a time when we, you know, we feel the suffering and we see the suffering every day. And so to have this opportunity to give back every week in such a meaningful way feels like, I think, just as much as a gift to each of us as to those we're helping. So thank you for taking the time to acknowledge us tonight. It was so unexpected, but thank you. We're just proud to do this work.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Terrific. Well, thank you all very, very much for everything that you're doing. We really appreciate it. And for pulling it together, because I know in the early days, lots of emails back and forth. And I really just thank you for sticking with it and figuring out how to do this work, how to do it, and, you know, keeping everyone safe and socially distancing. So thank you very much. Great. So our next item is a proclamation for Hispanic Heritage Month that is this year. I'm going to pull that up. So Hispanic Heritage Month is from September 15th to October 15th. So we're going to recognize it this evening. Whereas each year, September 15th and October 15th is recognized as Hispanic Heritage Month in the United States. And whereas according to the US Census, Montgomery County has the largest percentage of Hispanic residents in Maryland at 17.9%. 28.8% of Montgomery County students are Hispanic, and 10% of Montgomery County businesses are Hispanic owned. And whereas Tacoma Park's population is 14.5% Hispanic and 12.4% of our city staff are of Hispanic heritage. And whereas in Tacoma Park, we support this opportunity to acknowledge and honor the culture and contributions of our Hispanic community and staff. And whereas this year's Hispanic Heritage Month theme is Hispanics, be proud of your past, embrace the future. Where it is undeniable that Hispanic people have enriched our country and city with their culture, traditions, and legacies. Now, therefore, I, Kate Stewart, Mayor of the City of Tacoma Park, Maryland, on behalf of the council, residents, and staff, proclaim September 15th to October 15th as Hispanic Heritage Month in Tacoma Park, and invite all residents to join in recognizing and celebrating the contributions of our Hispanic community. Thank you. Okay, so that takes us through our presentations tonight. We'll move now to the presentation from our regarding our public arts projects work plan. And I think I'm passing it off to Brendan, right? Is that you're getting up first? Okay.
Yeah, okay. Let me see if I can share. Okay, I'll let you share. You can just end mine. Okay. Great. Well, thanks for the time. I'm Brendan Smith, the city's Arts and Humanities Coordinator, and we were asked to make a presentation about our public art program by the council before the recess. And so I'm going to talk a bit about the importance of public art and the recent public art projects that we've done, and then sort of our new direction with this Public Artworks initiative. And then when I'm finished, we'll hear from Tommy Parlin, the chair of the Tacoma Park Arts and Humanities Commission, and then from Tacoma Park Poet Laureate Kathleen O'Toole, and then I'll be happy to answer any questions. We can go to the next slide. So the arts really is important during times of crisis, such as this pandemic. And the Americans for the Arts did a national survey recently where 4 out of 5 Americans said the arts are a positive experience in a troubled world. And 69% believe the arts lift me up beyond everyday experiences, which I think is even more important now when we're dealing with social distancing and isolation. The arts also promote racial equity. 81% of Americans believe the arts unify our communities regardless of age, race, and ethnicity, and helps me understand other cultures better. And our public art supports local artists, stimulates local businesses, generates tax revenue, encourages tourism, and improves the quality of life. And public art demonstrates the city's commitment to being an arts-friendly city. 70% of Americans say the arts improve the image and identity of their communities. Can move to the next slide. And Tacoma Park residents love public art. And this is a photo of our bird calls phone, which I hope you all have seen on Flower Avenue outside of the Mansakundu restaurant. It's local artist David Schuler sort of re-engineered an old payphone to play bird calls from local bird species and also to provide some information about the birds. And so it's been really fun. And last year the handset was broken, and so we installed this new canary yellow handset. And normally on the city's Facebook page, posts get maybe 4 or 5 likes. I posted this photo with a little info, and it got 482 likes, 60 comments, and 369 shares. So it's actually seen by 47,713 people. I don't know how Facebook gets the number that exact, but essentially more than twice the entire population of Tacoma Park. And on the right are some of the comments. Promise I didn't cherry pick any of these. This was just a snippet out of the 60 comments where pretty much whenever we post or share info about public art, people really do love it. And they say sort of how much they love public art, how much they think it's part of Tacoma Park and sort of part of what weaves the community together. We can move on to the next slide. And then public art, it also helps provide positive media coverage of the city. This job's part-time. I'm also a journalist and communications consultant for about 20 years. And so reached out to some local media outlets, and WJLA Channel 7 covered the bird calls phone, and also did a piece on our 17-foot tall, 300-pound crocheted octopus that used to live on top of the downtown clock tower. And then we gave it away in a contest and had a parade to the Tacoma Children's School. The piece on the bird calls phone was 3.5 minutes, which is pretty unheard of as far as a length of a news segment. And so it's getting the word out there just about the city's commitment to public art and to sort of innovative, unusual projects that sort of involve local residents. And then we can move on. I've got oh, sorry, forgot this one. Public art also, it promotes racial equity and the LGBTQ community. This was just went up project where we had a volunteer from the Friends of the Library who built 5 little libraries. And then we had 2 artists who we commissioned to paint them with 4 sort of groundbreaking authors and activists of color, and then also lesbian English author Virginia Woolf. And we placed these in areas outside of the downtown in the historic district where there's already a lot of little libraries, and areas where local residents didn't have access to little libraries. And so this was a post about it on the city's Facebook page. It was liked 152 times, and it reached more than 8,000 people. And then next, play video here. So I've got a video. City TV crew's been great in helping us come up with short videos where we talk with the local artists and residents about these public art projects, and just provide some coverage just to let you get a look at them. So this is a brief video of 4 of our recent projects.
This is my installation, and his current title is Octoclock. He's a giant crocheted octopus that I created for the city of Tacoma Park, and he is approximately 17 to 18 feet long. And we installed him, I think, in early October, late September, so he's been up for quite a while. Right now we're deinstalling Octoclock, and they're going to come up and pick him up, and we're going to actually have an octopus parade down to the school. So they're going to help me carry him down to the school, and I believe me and the city will install Octoclock on their playground.
I don't know why the sound is barking. So in any case, this is the Octoclock crocheted octopus that we have on top of the clock tower. It's pretty safe to say we're the only city to have one. And then this is the public piano, which we got a donated piano that we moved to the gazebo, and then had a concert last summer, which was great, with about a dozen different pianists. And it was just a fun way to share sort of both public art and public music in an interactive way where different residents could share. I didn't realize that many local people played the piano, but it was for a good solid 6 months. It was pretty much in constant use, and surprised we didn't get any complaints about it. But yeah, no, it was great. And that was actually one of the piano players. They ranged in age from I think about 6 up into their 60s. And so it was just a fun way to share, like I said, a project that incorporated public art and music. This we actually just finished. It's there's, I don't know if you noticed, there's these small gateway signs on the gateway signs and kiosks across the city that look like old fruit crate labels. Two local artists, Jim Colwell and Allison Baker, did hand-painted signs about 10 years ago, and they all sort of represent different aspects of the city's history, including Roscoe and the year of the city's founding. And they were really aging, and so part of our new focus is to include maintenance of public art within our sort of regular funding. And so they printed the original designs on aluminum panels, and that'll be much more durable with the elements, and then installed them over the original paintings.
Different places and different signs have some kind of relation to the neighborhood and to the history of that neighborhood.
The city's Arts and Humanities Division decided to do a new public art
little libraries
project
literacy
that I
and
mentioned,
public art, where we've got 5 little libraries. This is in Sligo Mill Overlook Park. There's 2 on Flower Avenue and 1 right by the Aldi Shopping Center on Holton Lane. And they feature portraits of the Ethiopian legislature, Senator Gibru, that's a Hispanic poet, Juana Martinez Neal. And they feature a portrait of the author activist on one side and then a quote from them on the other. And so it's been a fun way to promote racial equity, literacy, education, and to be able to share books with parts of the community that didn't already have them because they're outside of the downtown historic district where we already have a whole bunch of little libraries. Again, with maintenance, I unfortunately have already had the door torn off of one of them and the plexiglass punched out of another. So part of our funding and our new sort of initiative is to make sure that we maintain public art and installations, you know, in a good fashion. That's Rigoberta Menchú, a Guatemalan human rights activist. Okay. All right. And then we can go to the next slide. Okay, so our new sort of initiative focus is on this public artworks initiative, where we're working more closely with the Public Works Department and seeking to incorporate public art into public works projects from the beginning. And so the idea is when different public works projects come up, we're speaking with Public Works Director Daryl Braithwaite and working on that. This is, well, and part of the focus also is racial equity in trying to locate public art in areas outside of downtown and the historic district where they traditionally have been located. This is just a very small initial project where we work with Main Street Tacoma to create this PK metal sculpture, which serves as a traffic barrier at the end of the Tacoma Streetery. It's sort of more attractive and welcoming than some traffic barrels or cones, and creates sort of more of a community space, a demarcation of it from traffic. And so we work with them in hiring a local sculptor for that. Like I said, most projects, future ones we want to do would not be downtown or in the historic district, but obviously this one had to be downtown because that's where the streetery is located. Go to the next slide. And as I've mentioned on a few occasions, the maintenance of public art is an important focus. This is the Guardians of the Neighborhood mural at B.Y. Morrison Park. It was funded by the city. It was installed in 1992. So it's been there for more than a generation, for 28 years. It celebrates people of color and the city's diversity, but the representations obviously aren't as respectful now, given that it's really decayed from graffiti and mold, stray lines of paint. And so we plan to hire the original artist, Jim Colwell, to remove the panels, completely refurbish them, and then reinstall them. We expect the work will take about 3 months. We have a contract for $9,900. And the nice thing is that panels are removable. So if that intersection or that park's ever reconfigured, we can easily move the mural somewhere else. Okay, next slide. This is an interesting project that I heard about. St. Paul, Minnesota started a sidewalk poetry program about a decade ago. And I think it would be a fun thing to do here. It basically involves holding a contest where local residents can submit sort of their own poems, even like from kids up to, you know, older people who, any of them who may not even consider themselves poets. And then Kathleen will talk a bit sort of about that. And then you would pick some poems and then you print a polyethylene panel and then press it into the concrete while it's still wet. And it creates this kind of surprising, unusual public art, sort of literacy public art. So the idea also then with that is it would be spread across the city to try to be more equitable wherever new sidewalks or sidewalk repairs needed to be done. I know some of the, I guess, sidewalk funding's on hold right now, but this, most public art projects are difficult to complete in a year, especially on a part-time schedule. And so this can also be done if you have to repair just, I don't know, 6 feet of sidewalk, you can put a poem in there. So we're hoping to pull that together. And then the final slide. So there's all kinds of public sort of art, public works projects that can be done. And so it will just sort of hinge on available staff time and funding. We're just requesting, well, actually the $49,000 in FY20 public art funding. The carryover was already approved by the council. And so we're just requesting to move ahead with that. And this is on the left is in Chinatown in DC, there's some crosswalks with Chinese sort of symbols representing that community. There's a lot of bus shelter art programs, including in Arlington, where you can either do sort of a vinyl art wrap or just an entire new bus shelter, sort of a more artistic design. There's some areas, bus stops around the city that don't have any cover that we're looking at as possibilities. And then bike racks also promote sort of environmentally friendly mode of transportation. Might be hard to fit a lock through that one, but I thought it looked cool. And so then I'll hand things over to Tommy, Chair of the Arts and Humanities Commission, to say a few words, and then Kathleen, the poet laureate, and then I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Good evening. Thank you for your attention to the Arts and Humanities Commission. I also would like to thank you for the council's past support for the arts and look forward to your continued support. Some of the things that I find interesting is that it's been over a year, and anytime I mention I'm on this commission, I chair this, the painted piano comes up. I had people over a year later going, I saw a grandfather playing with his granddaughter. I just stopped on the street and watched. It was so beautiful and mesmerizing. And they keep asking me, when is it coming back? And I'm like, okay, I will put that out there for everyone to know. But I think that was one that I think has really moved people. The new TKPK, that stopped a friend of mine in his tracks last weekend. He was like, where did that come from? He's like, that's so cool. And he's like, and he's lived in Tacoma Park for 35 years. And he was like, that's just so us. So I think these kinds of things that we do that are so accessible and that we're spreading them out away from, across the city into different areas that we have not historically gone into, as part of the cultural plan that was approved 2 years ago, that we're getting some really excellent success in really, I think, bringing not just information, but maybe not just some happiness to people's lives, and some things that people will stop and actually go, oh, what is that box? And who is that woman? And then to go read and learn something about that person, and then maybe even pull their phone out and Google that person. So it's not just beauty for the sake of beauty, it's beauty for education. It's beauty to be thoughtful. And it's something that I believe the citizenry, especially the underrepresented areas of the city, really need. And I think they also really value. So I am very grateful to be on this commission. I think I have another 1.5 years, and then I have to be term limited off. But again, thank you always for your help and support. It's very much appreciated by everybody. Thank you.
Now Kathleen, our poet laureate.
Great. Good to see you all again. And I also want to second Tommy's gratitude to you, but also express my gratitude for the way that Brendan and the Arts and Humanities Commission in this time have just pushed ahead with creative ways to get art out there in surprising places. I happened to have passed one of the new little libraries up on Flower Avenue today and was delighted myself to see it. I think from my perspective as poet laureate, I've had so many people reach out to me in the last several months to express appreciation for the little ways in which art, poetry in this community have really been a source of consolation, whether it's the couple little columns that I was asked to write about poetry in a pandemic or poetry and grief that people appreciated, or the number of people who have emailed me to say how important it was that we took the time to get the Black Voices in Verse initiative up there in July to express our solidarity with what's going on in our country. So the appreciation that our community has for our investment in the arts has been obvious to me during the pandemic time. And I just want to second what Tommy said, that these public art opportunities, just to create a moment of delight or wonder, uplift in a time when people are really feeling dispirited and disheartened about so many things in our public sphere. My comment about the potential of the Sidewalk Art Project is that Mayor Kate, you'll remember that we had the sidewalks replaced on Westmoreland Avenue a couple of years ago, and I just wish we'd been able to do it then. I would have had it in front of my own house. But I am really excited because of the opportunity it gives for us to invite poetry from the community. And there were two projects that I had to suspend right at the time of the pandemic, which would dovetail right into this. I was working with a couple of reading specialists at Piney Branch Elementary on an idea of using haiku poetry and short poetic forms for kids with attention disorders or reading challenges to try to encourage them to express in a new way their own recognition of their community. And that would be a great opportunity to include something like that, as well as a narrative poetry project, or it was supposed to be an event in March at Victory Towers, right up the street from me, where we were going to, with older Tacoma Park residents, get them to reflect on their lives in short poetic forms or collaborative poetry. And that would be something else that we could directly connect the sidewalk poetry opportunity, as well as Brendan said, having a contest. So that's another chance that I think we'd have to invite forth the voices and poetry from different parts of our community. So I'm really excited about that potential. So thanks to you all, and we look forward to being able to work together on these projects once the go ahead is given, I guess. Thanks.
Well, thanks, Tom and Kathleen. And so I'm available to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Tommy and Kathleen, for that. And to the whole Arts and Humanities Commission, we very much appreciate your work. So I will open it up to my colleagues for any questions. Just as a reminder today, we're not making, this is a presentation and we're getting input, and we will be revisiting at a later time the hold list when we can have reflect on what resources we have available. But this is a time to ask questions and provide some feedback to folks. Oops, I'm sorry, I was in attendees. So, all right, Councilmember Smith.
I want to thank everyone for the presentation. Art is very helpful in motivating people in your community, especially a time like this where you have people in crisis because of the economy, the pandemic, and social unrest. Have you guys thought about doing something like a Black Lives Matter type of print on the sidewalks on Flower Avenue? You know, Flower Avenue was just recently renovated into a green street. So there is an opportunity. Another option that you could consider is putting names of people in the Black community like Du Bois or Hearst or Frederick Douglass, MLK, James Baldwin, people that have had a big impact on not just the Black community, but America as a whole, making it a better place. And then finally, you know, the B.Y. Morrison piece, I would just suggest that the artists look at some of those facial expressions. I don't think those caricatures of Black folks are really representative of the Black community. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
I know, Brendan, if you wanted to respond at all, or I can go to
Sure,
the
yeah, no, those are some great ideas, and we're still early in the process sort of looking at what we can incorporate sort of into public works projects. And I'll definitely, you know, take in mind your concerns about the mural at B.Y. Morrison. Just point of clarification, it was my understanding that the carryover funding has already been approved by the council, and so I'm not sure where we're at as far as just giving the go-ahead to move ahead with the projects. My concern is we're already 2 months behind now because of the hold from before the recess, and it gets even more difficult to complete any of these projects, especially some of them in the winter, which with public works is more difficult to do. So
if I can speak to it just for a moment, it is a little bit unclear about what the next steps are. The sidewalk projects are on hold, and that is something that has to come back to the council. The public arts work was approved by council, but it had a statement that the plan should be addressed and kind of briefed with the council. And so kind of trying to figure out from you all about what that takes to say that there's an ability to move forward, particularly on something that takes a while to plan. If it's something that's not going to be approved, then we shouldn't start it. And so I will just say it was a little bit confusing. We were trying to figure out what it was you needed. Yeah. But we do have a couple different proposals. As Brendan said, there was the proposal to fix the mural, which is a maintenance issue. One of the things that we would like to do in the future, well, starting now and in the future, is always have a portion of the arts funds for maintenance, because that's something that if it starts to look bad, is really bad. And so we want to make sure that we have that commitment to a fund for maintenance. We did take off when we went into the lockdown with COVID, two major projects. One was Lincoln Avenue mural and the Holton Avenue piece of sculpture of some kind. And so those are not before us. This is more a planning process to be able to work with Public Works, whether it's some innovative bus shelters, whether it's the sidewalk poetry, trying to start getting the poetry, even if we don't have the sidewalks yet, figuring some of that out. So I will say we're a little bit confused about how we need to move forward, but we really wanted to make sure that you had an opportunity to ask questions about what we're thinking about and how it integrates with the other activities of the city.
Okay. Sorry if I added to the confusion. Usually when we do presentations, it's a presentation and not a time when the council makes decisions. So perhaps I should have scheduled this differently. My apologies to the Arts and Humanities Commission, but I think tonight we will be this was a presentation and scheduled as such. So we'll be asking questions, and if you need more direction from council, we will get on that right away. So my apologies. Councilman Kostick.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation and for all the details about a lot of these exciting projects that are happening in the city. I think I probably am part of the genesis of the confusion, because I was the one who added in the amendment to require a presentation on this. And I really appreciate you taking the time to do that, and have also had some really useful exchanges with Brendan and Susie over email, just trying to understand some of what the plans are and how the funding would be utilized. I think it's great, as a number of others have said, and as you said in the presentation, that the public art in the city is really contributing towards our overall overarching goals in the city of racial equity, of bringing people together during the pandemic, of supporting artists, doing all of those things, and economic development, a number of different items. My concern originally is less about specifically what the plan is, which is fabulous to see, and I think really important for us to have a general sense of, but it is really more related to the specifics of the funding, given that we had postponed that previously, and I wanted to fully understand how those funds would be used. So just a few comments, I guess, in terms of budget. I think one of the things that's really confusing for me in looking at the public art budget overall is the CIP line, which I believe is the 49,000, and then the fact that there also are other projects that happen in the city as well. And I think some of that is through partnerships with other departments and projects with, as you mentioned, Main Street Tacoma and some of the other outside entities. So it would be helpful to me to just have an understanding overall when we consider any sort of funding, just to have an understanding of, where the funds are coming from and how those are being spent, and what the total amount for public art is in the city. And then some, I think we got into it a little bit more as I emailed back and forth with you, Brendan, but some of the more details in terms of how you actually anticipate the breakdown of those $49,000 to be in terms of the actual expenditure on which projects. And I think it was useful also to think about, as you mentioned, the longevity of some of these projects and the need for planning. So I know for myself, when we've looked at budgets previously and considered public art in the CIP, I've kind of looked at some of the lack of expenditures from the previous year and thought, oh, these funds aren't being used. Do we really need this much in the budget for that year, for another year if they weren't spent last year? So some of that, I think, is just an ask from me in terms of getting some more of that context and understanding better how you are planning across years, planning for projects, and how those funds are distributed. So that's, I guess, my kind of broad question. I am supportive of the projects, and I think they're great. And I had an opportunity to go out, and as you saw, I was on the footage related to the little library, which was really great. So I think really, for the most part, the projects are moving in a really great direction. I do appreciate Councilmember Smith's concern about the V.Y. Morrison mural, and ask you just to take a look at that and consider that as you are working on next steps. But I, in general, think the projects are moving in the right direction, and am more interested in sort of understanding the budgetary concerns as we're considering funding public art, and I really appreciate the context of why that's important, as well as some of the other needs in the community at the same time.
Sure. Yeah, so the budget is, it's a little complicated to explain, but basically the So no, the entire $25,000 FY21 budget was cut. And so then in FY20, the initial request was for $45,000, and then the council cut that to $20,000. We were able to carry some money over from FY18, and one of the issues I mentioned is that these projects typically don't happen in 1 year. And so we were getting close to doing the Lincoln Avenue mural, which was going to be $25,000. And we're working on the Holt Lane, which was going to be about $20,000. And then the mural renovation, which was $10,000. So that actually is more than the entire budget that we had available as far as the carryover funds. There's actually a little more money in that pot than there should be, in a sense, because the capital expenditure restrictions require that projects last 5 years and cost more than $5,000. And public art often does not fit into that mold. Public piano, the Little Library, pretty much, most of the recent projects we've done have either had a budget of less than $5,000 or were never intended to last 5 years. So we had to pay for some of those projects from other account sort of lines in the Arts and Humanities Division budget. So
if I can interrupt, I think what it would be helpful for us is to come back to you with this broken down for the council. I think it's useful to explain some of it here, but especially if you're not in a position quite to make a decision, it's a little bit awkward without it written out.
Yeah, I do think having some type of chart, even if they are estimates or it's sort of an estimated work plan, would be a useful thing to be able to see. And then, of course, when we're looking at the budget document as well, the proposed budget each year, to be able to just contextualize all of that and see it. And maybe there is a different place than in the CIP where we need to look at public art funds. I don't know if there are restrictions on where it needs to be, but maybe there's some changes we can make to just make that a little more transparent and easier to follow. And then my other question moving forward is also just about when projects come to the council for approval. I know we've talked about that previously, and I know it is the $10,000 limit for projects. I know in some cases with the public works funds, sometimes those don't come back to us. So as we're looking at those things, that would also be useful to have a sense of. But again, thank you very much for your presentations tonight.
Great, thank you. Councilwoman Searcy. Councilman, did we lose?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. I know we lost you. I can't see you though.
Okay, can you see me now?
Yes, we can see you and hear you.
I'm getting weird. I think my computer is zoomed out. I get weird Zoom feedback sometimes when my video is on. First I just want to say, I think that I love, and this is one of the comments that I raised previously, about how we can meld the public arts work into other infrastructure projects. I think that's a critical thing in terms of making sure that we're building in functionality. I also like the fact that a number of the ideas that you all are putting forward in this work plan in particular does provide a bit of relief for folks during COVID. I'm even hearing on various listservs that people are doing more like Bookshare and things like that because you can't go to the library like you normally would be able to. And so having things like little libraries around and more of them, I definitely see as a resource in a time in which people are to some degree cooped in their homes. And I love the barrier that you all commissioned. I think that's awesome. I want one. Sign me up. I can see it on Ann Street. So I think that that those are some really, really wonderful and innovative ways in which you all took the prior feedback and turned things into something that works. I would echo Councilmember Costick's points about, I don't know if it needs to be reflected in the budget or when you all are presenting your budget. My brain works in pictures. Funny, we're talking about art, but I can kind of see a Gantt chart, so to speak. So if we're talking about BUI Morrison, you need $60,000. First year, it's going to take 3 years to do and complete. You have to like figure out what you're going to do, commission it, then bring in the artist, and then being able to see how you're phasing out your budget for that particular project over time would be helpful in terms of understanding from a council's perspective what happens if in year 2 of your planning we cut the money, because for us it just looks like a big bucket of money. So I think that that's something that's really, that you all might want to consider in terms of how you present your projects and your work plan in the future. That said, I support the work that you all are proposing here. I have raised a couple of questions offline, Brendan, about, the fact that, other public works projects are on hold because of COVID. So for example, we talked about the sidewalks. I'm not sure, and I'm assuming, I see Roz is on the line. Some of the bus shelter work is probably on a bit of a pause. So I would also encourage you all, kind of taking that Gantt chart idea for those projects that are going to have to be pushed a little further out because we're not going to be able to start it, but you're planning now. There may be some things you can actually do now, and there may be like the little libraries and making those repairs. And then there's some things that you're just planning for now so that when things open up, you're able to implement. I think that would be helpful in understanding how those resources in the future will get into that. But overall, I just want to say good job. I like this work plan. I like what you all are proposing, and definitely want to see you all move forward. So thank you.
Great. Councilman DeBala.
Yes, thank you. So thank you for the presentation and for the thought that went into pivoting the public art efforts to dovetail, as Councilmember Costick said, to bring us together during this difficult time when there's just so few options for community building, and to support economic development and other priorities with these funds. I really like that concept, and I like the specific projects. I do want to say that as you alluded to, the Lincoln Avenue mural is one of the things that was planned for the use of this money, is not currently in your plan. I have checked with a number of folks on the block, and most folks support in this year, in this time when we have other more pressing COVID-related community building needs to make this shift. I would like to keep the project on the list to consider for next year or whenever it is that we come out of this COVID haze and this budget situation that we're facing. Because we did get pretty far down, as you said, into it was a request for proposals, 60 artists responded. You wintered it down to 20. So we got pretty far down the road. And I think you have letters from some people in, now I'm speaking to the city council. I think there's a couple of letters in your packet from residents on Lincoln Avenue commenting on the support to shift gears here. So I would like to keep that project on the list. But I like the direction this is going in, and I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Great. Councilmember Seaman.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to thank all tonight. I'm really impressed how you've taken the COVID-19 virus and pandemic and a dark cloud over the whole country. And you've used your creativity to find a bit of a silver lining in that you've really done some fantastic work with the visual arts since this COVID started. You know, I had a chance to play with the bird phone for a while, and it's a fun little project there. I like seeing the little libraries around town, and as far as the TKPK barrier, I could envision that being a slightly modified version of that, making some nice bike racks around town too. But again, thank you for all those things. I would just say, and follow up with Councilmember Smith's concerns about the mural at BY Morrison Park, that maybe you need to think about how that project maybe just moving forward with the renovation isn't exactly what we need. That it might be some modifications in there, or maybe it's had its day, and maybe we should just be looking at another project. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kovar.
Thank you. Just a few quick comments. I thank the presenters for giving us the presentation. And I would say, even to the extent that there's additional work that could be done within this context to reach out to people who are maybe stuck at home, to somehow invite them to participate more than we're talking about so far, I think that would be helpful, just taking into account the realities of COVID. Obviously, we do have to understand the budget a little bit better, and so I look forward to getting that information back. I feel like that as a council member, I shouldn't be the one selecting or evaluating the specific art as much as sort of setting, helping to set the policy on that. So I don't think I personally would want to be the one evaluating whether a particular piece should be used. The one thing I would say, and I don't know, this maybe goes against what I just said about trying to involve people even more during COVID, is, I mean, I like it when the things that are produced have some enduring element to them, as opposed to being quick things that then disappear later. And I understand sometimes that's helpful as well, but the idea of projects that remain for a long time, I think, to me, and from some comments I've heard from others in the community, seems to have a little bit more support than things that are put out there quickly and then kind of get washed away or whatever it might be. I'm not against that entirely, but I think the enduring concept, understanding that it is outdoors and maybe starts to fade after a while, is preferable. So I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Great, thanks. I'll just add my thanks to everyone else and my 2 cents. I love the poetry in the sidewalks. I think that's a wonderful idea. And I think particularly a project like that, as we've discussed, given the uncertainty of where we are with COVID and other things, is the type of thing that, Brenda, as you mentioned, and Kathleen mentioned, like, you have to get out there in the community, talk to people, get the poems. There's some planning involved with that. And I very much like that aspect of it too, that it involves members of the community, just so much like our mural projects usually do as well when we do that. And I will say that I have heard from residents requesting more bike racks in areas, because more and more people are biking. And so I love that idea as well. In addition, I do want to join with, I think, Councilmember Smith and Siemens regarding the mural project. I'm probably with Councilmember Kovar. I don't want to dictate what the Arts and Humanities Commission does, but if asked, which you are asking tonight, for feedback, I would say that would not be a priority of mine to redo the mural at the cost that is going to be needed to do that. So I would like to potentially explore other projects for that. In addition, I very much appreciate all the work that the Commission has been doing on racial equity, and also in the future, as you're moving towards this, I would hope that part of that is also commissioning and funding artists who are Black and Brown artists in our community. I think that is important rather than, I'm just going to say, like having white artists paint murals of Black members of the community representation. So as we're moving forward, I know all of us are learning and putting things in place, but I think an emphasis on that would be really a good place to go in the future. Yeah, I guess that's, and we can, and I do apologize that I put this on as a presentation and did not prepare my colleagues to provide more concrete direction to you all, but I will work with the city manager and get that to you very quickly. But again, I just want to thank you all for the work you're doing. It's really, I know there are tough times, and the continuing to generate the ideas and come back to us and work through all these issues were very much appreciated. So I don't know if anyone has, Tommy or Kathleen or Brendan, if you have any other thoughts or feedback for us.
Yeah, no, thank you for all the feedback. I guess my main concern is just being able to move ahead sort of with our projects and just to have some sort of autonomy for staff and for the Arts and Humanities Commission, since they've sort of been charged with sort of overseeing some of these issues. The other issue is sort of when there are these longer term projects and there's no real consistent funding from the council, that's too. I mean, there was, the budget was cut last year to $20,000 and then it was eliminated this year. So as far as having sort of what Councilmember Kovar was talking about, sort of longer term, bigger projects, that's almost impossible if we don't have sort of more consistent sort of funding. And so
we'll bring back the information that I think you need and will be helpful. I mean, I think looking at that longer, a number of the council members have talked about how does this show up over the course of a year or two, and how does that play out? I think that'll be really helpful.
Yeah, and I think also building in I really appreciate the maintenance piece of that, and thinking about how we structure the budgets in the future. So that's included. Councilman Siemens, did you have another?
Yes, I just, I would confess that I'm one that have argued for a lower budget for the commission in the past. But I think that seeing the work that's going on now and seeing how it really enhances the community, I think in a way, and maybe it's just because I like the visual arts better, I really think it's enhancing the community in a way that hasn't been done before. So I'm far more supportive this coming year than I was in the past year. Thank you.
Yeah, and I just say, like, I think also seeing how some of the arts was incorporated in the city's response to COVID with the chalk riot and other things, I think has helped not everybody, but many people in our community with a greater appreciation of the role that arts can play, especially when we're going through very tough times. So great. All right. Well, thank you all. And yes, we will definitely get back to you very soon. Thank you. All right. So now we'll move on to public comments on voting items. Let me see, who do we have first?
I believe Colleen Cordes is first.
Right, we have Colleen Cordes, Mr. Eubner, and Alice Fox, all teed up to speak to the Public Safety Task Force. And let's see. Do we have Colleen?
Hi, this is Colleen Cordes. Do you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Colleen.
Okay, Ward 1. And can I speak about any of the items that are up for vote? Or are you trying to do just the task force right now?
Let me stop the time so you can start again. Colleen, if you would like to, I know you signed up for, what'd you sign up for? Sorry, I just lost my place.
The housing reserve item.
Right. If you want to talk, do you want to talk about both?
If I have time, I would just mention, yeah, or you guys called me. Did you want me to talk about the housing reserve right now or wait for that?
Well, you signed up for both voting items. I have
did
it
I?
on the list for the Public Safety Task Force and the Housing Fund.
Okay, sorry. So I will speak just for about 10 seconds on the police force, if that's okay.
That's fine. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I'm just really urging the council to make that a totally resident and local business committee, because on the model like of a consensus conference where the task force should be empowered to call in witnesses, including many witnesses from across the community, to hear the stories of what people's experiences have been with the police, and to invite the police to come in and share their experiences and their perspective. But the police department and its direct representatives should not be on the task force. There will be plenty of time after the task force comes up with recommendations for the police chief and the unions and anyone else to respond and be part of the process going forward. But right now, we really have to hear from the community, and we need to hear from people we haven't heard from before. And that's going to be challenging enough without also having the intimidating presence of people who are directly connected with the police. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, now I have Mr. Eubner, and Mr. Eubner, you wanted 5 minutes tonight, is that correct?
Let me unmute. Well, I worked on it after you told me that I was a little bit off the schedule, and I cut it down to about under 4. But I do appreciate the consideration.
Okay.
With your permission, I'll begin now.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I want to talk about reimagining public safety, the proposed task force, and its composition. Thanks to the council for beginning the examination of this very urgent, long-standing problem. I plead with the council to refrain from turning this important task force over to the police department and its workforce. Nationwide, American policing and their unions are part of the problem that needs a solution. Even recently, it was police unions and police bureaucracies that initially defended the murderers of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor. One proposed task force membership allowed for 4 police department representatives, or 26 to 40% of the total membership. The latest version calls for at least 1 and as many as 3 from police or staff. Instead, I ask that the council think of this task force as a first step towards building a civilian review board process to replace the present police chief's review board. I recommend that this new task force be limited to civilian members only, no police or anyone who works with or for the police, as I believe that will create a much more comfortable environment for the minority participants that the council is committed to including. If we do not restrict the task force membership solely to residents, we will likely never accrue the loyalty of the very residents that we wish to include in the new, safer environment. We will also be facing a massive eviction crisis soon after the moratorium on evictions ends on December 31st. This and other problems growing out of the pandemic are what we should be preparing for, not domestic militarized action or practices. The council has received a thoughtful and cogent letter from Tim Mayle in concert with Rizzi Qureshi and Seth Grimes, 3 esteemed members of our community. The email details 11 ideas on equity, police reform, and public safety for Tacoma Park. I urge you to appoint, and I beseech these 3 past council members to accept membership on this task force. As Tim explains, there needs to be a radical restructuring of the police department, which is a fiefdom unto itself. Tacoma Park is the only full-service municipal police department in all of Montgomery County. Policing is about 1/3 of the entire city budget. Not only has Tacoma Park's cost per crime escalated dramatically from $5,400 per crime in 2000 to over $17,000 per crime in 2018, a 316% increase. And the cost per staff in the department has also increased to $509.50 per year per resident. In Gaithersburg, the cost of police staff is only $142 a year per resident. While crime in Tacoma Park has decreased, Costs of policing the city have steadily risen. In addition, during the budget reconciliation process conducted by the City Council, the police cuts amounted to just $263,000, or 2.87% of a $9 million proposed budget. And from the proposed FY21 budget, where 27.3% was allocated initially to the police, the final adopted budget resulted in 28.36% of the total city budget for police alone, an actual increase. It's time that Tacoma Park reimagine public safety and begin an era of co-policing and public safety in our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Huebner. Okay, next we have Alice Fox.
Unmute, and then I'll turn my video on.
Great, thanks, Alice.
Hello, so I'm here with my mother. My name's Alice. Jane Walna, we live at 221 Grant Avenue. So my comments is that it's critical that we include and center in the discussions for the task force the work of DMV organizers who've been organizing for reallocating the police duties over to safe institutions for years. And I personally think it would be somewhat disrespectful to the movement to claim the slogan Black Lives Matter while ignoring the years of struggle by the local chapter of BLM towards an abolitionist society. So to that end, I think we should, as a city, consider hiring one or more of the core organizers of Black Lives Matter DC, the Silver Spring Justice Coalition, and or BYP 100 as consultants on community safety and transformative justice because of their work over the decades. And their perspectives have been routinely ignored by the media and the public debate surrounding policing, ever since the uprisings. And at the very least, I think that they should be contacted by the city and given a real chance to voice their demands for a safe society. Currently, the core organizers for Black Lives Matter DC are at their Reimagining Public Safety meeting in Ward 8 in DC. So they're interested in doing this kind of organizing work. So ACLU, I think that's also really good people to have on there, but we need to be reimagining safety and not just tweaking sort of the punitive and coercive prison system that we have. I think that reimagining safety means imagining a city that doesn't rely on police and prisons for dealing with our issues. We have a totally unprecedented opportunity to experiment with creating a truly safe society in Tacoma Park, and I don't think we can blow this opportunity. So I think a lot of people are new to the idea of reallocating the resources for the police to other organizations. So here's just my personal intro on it, which is like, doesn't making less police make us more unsafe? And my counter to that is that police who are armed and untrained in dealing with social situations other than crime are some of the most unsafe members of society. In Tacoma Park, where civilian violence is extremely low, this is especially true. Yes, there are occasional robberies in Tacoma that absolutely need to be investigated and the people held accountable through non-carceral means that address the harm done. But because police are the portal to Americans' prison system, the largest in the world, any given interaction with police could turn into many people's worst nightmares, state or federal prison. People, especially those most vulnerable who are in proximity to drugs, drug distribution, sex work, homelessness, and intercommunity violence, are at constant risk of their families and lives being torn apart due to these circumstances at any moment. This is not safe. It's also not the fault of the police department. They're part of a carceral system. So I'll finish. Personally, I am a transgender woman. My greatest fear is not death, but prison. So as such, I will almost never call the police, not even the Tacoma Park police. And that's due to the threat they pose to myself and the people I love. Especially in the difficult situations in which they're called to respond, the risk is simply too high. Even with my level of privilege, I'm white and not unhoused, and I can't even imagine what it's like if that wasn't the case. I'll see my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Alice. I think those are all the public comments we have regarding the voting item on the Public Safety Task Force. Next, we'll move on to our voting item regarding 7402 Garland Avenue Agreement and Use of Housing Fund. The first person we have up this evening is David Reed. Is Mr. Reed with us?
Yes, good evening. Thank you very much, Mayor. My name is David Reed. I'm an economist, and I live on Garland Avenue, catty corner to the property in question this evening. I have reviewed the proposal and I have discussed it in detail with Grace Wiggins, and I would like to support this proposal for the following reasons. One, I believe it actually supports the social equity objectives that we have set in the city. It supports the sustainability goals that we have set. It is budget neutral. I believe that it will enhance the housing stock in this particular part of the neighborhood. And above all, I see this effort, experimental and modest that it may be, as an important step to address the missing middle issue. That's to say, beginning to provide home ownership for low and modest income residences and begin filling that gap between the subsidized rental housing and almost polarized white, very wealthy homeowners in our city. Those reasons, I step forward to support this proposal. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Reed. All right. Next up, we have Jim DelGiacomo. Hi, Jim.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to the council. My name is Jim DelGiacomo. I live at 7401 Garland Avenue, so across the road at a slight angle from the property in concern. I am also speaking in support of the proposed ordinance, and I understand it and view it along with my wife Tanya as a social equity issue. We don't view it as something to be viewed through the lens of whether the city is making money or not. Having reviewed the housing and economic development strategy that the council has, there I can see a number of ways that it fits in terms of providing affordable housing, producing housing, and also with the plan to make the renovation energy efficient. So to end, I just have a couple of suggestions, particularly for our council member from Ward 2, Council Member Dabala, that as this moves forward, please do keep us informed. I'm a great fan of your newsletter, but also those in the immediate neighborhood would also like to be kept directly in touch. As if it does move forward, and I understand there are a lot of details involved, we would appreciate if you could put us in touch with a coordinator or project manager from Habitat for Humanity. A strong neighborhood is built on the building block and foundations of good relations between neighbors. And for this project to be a success, I think bringing in those who live in the immediate neighborhood will be important for the construction phase, but also important for the ultimate goal of welcoming people to our neighborhood. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Now we have Maureen Lilly is next.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I'm here with my husband, Joe, and we live right across the street from 7402 Garland, and we've been here since 1985. Right now, there are a number of properties in our area that are turning over, and the timing seems perfect for something like this to be launched. We have a lot of respect for Habitat for Humanity and the work that they do. And we met some of the people when they were out visiting the house when Cindy came out and Susan Ludlow. And we think it would be a great addition to our community. So thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of this measure.
Great, thank you. And this is what I love about our Zoom meetings is that whole family can come during public comment and we get to see everyone. So thank you so much for those comments. Let's see. Next we have Colleen Cordes back up again.
On Zoom.
Colleen, are you still with us?
Yeah, Colleen Cordes, Ward 1. Please do not award a relative jackpot to two unknown home buyers who may not even be current residents. save that 200,000 for now, as we may really need it to help residents avoid eviction or foreclosure due to the pandemic. We don't yet know how hard that developing crisis will hit our community. The top priority now has to be helping people keep their homes and stay in our community. Please, before you consider taking such a large amount of money out of the reserve, develop an actual plan for how to spend it, as well as a well-reasoned, fiscally responsible way that benefits as many residents struggling with affordable housing issues as possible. The council created the reserve fund 4 years ago. Since at least early 2017, the council has listed as one of its priorities the need to actually develop a plan for how to spend that money, and for asking the county and later the state to also contribute to it. That plan still has not happened. So there's no set criteria for what kind of project should be prioritized, how to select beneficiaries, or any goals for exactly what the council intends to accomplish with this reserve. The reserve now has almost 1.1 million in it, but it's no longer growing. The council's yearly appropriations for it have gone down from 400,000 to 300, then to around 200,000 last year. This year, the city manager proposed even less, even before the pandemic kicked in, just 110,000, but the council reduced that this year to just 10,000. Now the city manager has proposed spending a sizable chunk of the money, 200,000, to help just 2 home buyers who may or may not be current residents buy one of just 2 renovated units. That's a $100,000 subsidy per home buyer, way out of whack for our little community to try to support. Compare that to just 160,000 in this year's budget to offer tax relief to homeowners struggling to pay property taxes. That 160,000 is only enough to help 140 home buyers. In the whole pandemic relief fund for both fiscal 20 just ended, and for this new fiscal year, there's only 290,000 planned for emergency assistance for residents. That includes a plan to distribute just 150,000 in rental assistance to prevent evictions. And the plan is to limit such help to just $600 each for 250 renters in Tacoma Park. That pandemic relief for residents over these 2 years includes just 50,000 to help homeowners with low to moderate incomes and non-federally backed mortgages avoid foreclosure. Why lavish $200,000 of support on just 2 homeowners who may not be current residents, given the potential huge eviction and foreclosure crisis that is looming over the heads of many residents in Tacoma Park? And finally, the council has too little information about this project to make an intelligent decision. There are so many unanswered
Thank you, Ms.
questions.
Portis. That's 3 minutes. Thank you. All right, next I had Patricia Baker. Is Ms. Baker with us?
Ms. Baker, if you're an attendee, would you raise your hand? There's 2 people with the same name listed, but I don't think she's here.
Okay,
I don't see her.
We can come back. Cynthia Marielle? Is Ms. Marielle with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great.
Great.
Yeah.
You can start the clock now. My name is Cynthia Marielle. I've closely followed the City Council discussions in recent years. Among the issues receiving significant attention among council members and residents are 1, racial inequities, 2, taxes and affordability, 3, the impact of the COVID pandemic, including the challenge of residents to pay basic needs such as food, housing, and utilities, and 4, concerns about the budget, including how the money is allocated and spent, lack of transparency, lack of knowledge by city council members about the budget, and the impact of city funding due to the pandemic. For example, this spring, the City Council held discussions on the FY21 budget and discussed the Housing Reserve Fund. However, Councilmember Kovar turned to the city manager and asked, what exactly is the Housing Reserve Fund for? I've never been sure about that. The city manager replied, the purpose has never been clearly stated. However, I have lots of ideas about how to use that money. No other council member chimed in to explain the purpose of the Housing Reserve Fund. What really takes this example over the top is that the council member, Kovar, in 2016 introduced the resolution creating the Housing Reserve Fund. In addition, Ms. Ludlow had been city manager for over a year at the time the Housing Reserve was created, and she had worked for nearly 2 decades for the city. In addition, the current mayor and 2 other city council members were in office in 2016 and voted to approve this Housing Reserve Fund. So in essence, we have people who are poised to vote tonight on a resolution or an ordinance that they don't even understand the reason the fund was created. Before tonight, we have this emergency vote to take $200,000 from the Housing Reserve Fund. And the ordinance language states, 1, the terms of the contract with Habitat for Humanity are still to be settled. 2, the city's $100,000 contribution per unit that will be created with this, out of this purchase could be returned to the City Housing Reserve. However, it does not specifically state that it will be a reimbursement to the city. In addition, the ordinance mentions that other city costs not included in the $200,000 drawdown will include some of the city's sustainability grant programs and assistance to make the project even more successful and green. In addition, money for legal costs. Furthermore, the ordinance states a successful project will also benefit the current property owners who live in Tacoma Park and the current property
Right, Ms.
owners.
Marielle, that's over. Your time's up. Sorry.
This is irresponsible.
Ms. Marielle, thank you very much.
I'm sorry,
Your time
you
is up.
need to give me more time because this ordinance
Ms.
is
Marielle,
critical.
we have a number of
and it's a
people
moral
waiting.
issue. It's an election issue. And why are we drawing down money?
Mrs. Marielle, thank you very
why
much.
are
You
we
can
drawing
send
down
your comments in. We have a number of-
$200,000 to benefit 2 people who to become?
I'm going to thank you. Can I ask the city clerk whether or not Ms. Baker was able to join us?
No, I'm afraid I don't see her.
Okay. Next, I have Ms. Susan Fleck. Is she with us?
Yes.
Okay,
Great.
here I
Ms.
am.
Fleck, you can go.
Okay, thank you. Hello, buenas noches, good evening. I'm here with my husband, Neri, in our house. I'm on Cole Avenue in Ward 6. 2 years previously, I moved from Ward 2. 7402 Garland is between my old house and my new house. And I went by it today and it definitely does need a little bit help, but I'm sure it can definitely be sold at market rate. I'm an economist, like the neighbor next to 7402 Garland. I definitely think it's important to have a strong fiscal policy that helps the community. But I do think that this Habitat for Humanity project, even though I think Habitat for Humanity does great work, is the wrong time for a small town to spend so much money on 2 families. I'm testifying tonight to urge you all to vote no for this project. Tacoma Park budget faces a larger than planned deficit, and there are so many residents in need during this pandemic-driven economic crisis. The city council, you all, when I've participated and listened in, you state and are committed to supporting residents during the severe pandemic-driven economic crisis. And even tonight, you're talking about the uncertainties that we all face. The current mayor said Sunday that the most important role of the city is to help those most in need. My city council representative, Searcy, voted in June to increase the COVID emergency fund, but we're looking to spend $200,000 from our reserve fund, which is 20% of the fund, to support 2 families. This is the type of a project that I think of as a big city doing, like Washington, D.C. I read something recently about how Baltimore is trying to turn around a couple of streets by doing this habitat type project. And even they find it hard to get that much money for the houses that they're trying to turn around in some areas. This could possibly be a good project if times were good. times aren't good. We have a large deficit. We're probably not going to get as much revenue, I think, even from the county, what we expected. It's not a kind of project a small town can afford when we're in a recession and we have so many residents in need. Please don't spend $200,000 on a high cost, small impact plan. And I urge you all to consider something else that would be different, like work with the county, consider an efficient way to identify families that are in need of property tax relief, or that if they're low income because the state or the county knows that, you work with them to support direct transfers. Direct transfers work. They're known to work. It's a proven policy. When you work and you give direct transfers to families and they spend it on the things they need. Or support the landlord so that they can
Thank you, Ms.
pay
Fleck. That's
their mortgage.
3 minutes. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you
And
for
please
joining
be
us
smart
tonight.
with my tax money. Thank you.
Great. I know, Mr. Schlegel, I heard from the city clerk, there was a mix up in signing you up, and you had signed up for both voting items as well as general public comments. So you've hit the jackpot tonight and you get 9 minutes. So why don't you just go for it. Shoot the moon.
Hopefully it goes quicker than that. First, I'll comment on the Garland Avenue proposal. I am Roger Schlegel, 6512 Allegheny Avenue. Regarding the appropriation of the $200,000 to Habitat for Humanity, I would like to underscore the concerns that Colleen Cordes, Cynthia Mariel, and Susan Fleck have expressed. In addition, the use of housing funds for this purpose will not generate truly affordable housing. Allowing for a $62,000 down payment, which would be out of reach for almost any resident in the city, the necessary household income to afford a $310,000 home, I looked it up today, it's $54,000, which is more than twice the current federal poverty level, which is set at a uniform level across the 48 contiguous states. Now, I know that Habitat Humanity would help the initial family to get into the home, but the future value of the home proceeding upward from that point would make it not affordable for the residents that I think our housing reserve should be targeting. We need a real conversation about how we're defining affordable housing in Tacoma Park before we commit this much money to the creation of these 2 units. And in addition, it concerns me that the recipients of the $200,000 would be white residents. It would seem that in light of our racial equity commitment, if the city did choose to make a huge lump sum allocation of this size, it should ideally be helping directly to build up wealth for Black or brown families, which is to say, ideally the home whose purchase is being subsidized should be owned by a person or persons of color. So I urge you to vote no on this proposal and direct funds, please, to help residents in danger of evictions and foreclosures, perhaps through the direct transfer idea that Susan Fleck was just discussing. I will talk about I'll go back to talk about the public safety proposal. Thank you. One moment. So good evening, council members. Again, I feel the same sense of urgency that I'm sure you feel as you consider establishing this task force. However, for 5 reasons, I'm asking you to table the proposal until after the upcoming election. First, 3 of the 7 council seats are being contested. So by mid-November, a new council may be seeking a different process. Second, this election season is already encouraging constructive dialogue that could inform the change process, regardless of the election results. There are groups that are right now interested in organizing forums or panel discussions, and these should be encouraged. Third, the design of this task force is very complex and challenging. As Police Chaplain Reverend Gail Fisher Stewart has observed, policing has supported white supremacy since its inception. So a comprehensive reconsideration of our public safety approach is going to be bound up with deep-seated and often unexamined biases and patterns in our community. Therefore, the process must not allow detours from the hard questions or patterns that can serve to silence people. So, as other residents have said earlier, the design of this process must be informed by deep, broad input from Black and brown residents. Fourth, the plan that you're considering seems to have potential weaknesses in terms of membership, sequencing, and scope of work. It still appears quite possible regarding membership, that a dynamic could emerge whereby members associated with the police department manage to drive the process or limit inquiry into approaches that would weaken the department's position. Also, requiring the group to provide legislative recommendations after just a few weeks, so soon after its inception, could lead to rushed decisions that derail and limit its future work. Finally, as someone who's calling for a radical rethinking of how we support human well-being and safety, I feel that this task force's mandate almost guarantees that it will mainly propose reforms to the existing policing model rather than being open to bolder changes. If moving forward to you simply must mean commissioning a group, I would suggest that you create a working team to tackle some necessary urgent early activities, such as deciding upon new required metrics that the department should incorporate into its activities starting as soon as possible and to be embedded in next year's budget. Developing criteria to inform the upcoming search for a new city manager, and facilitating a Truth and Reconciliation Commission, such as Councilmember Smith has called for in the past. Along with many other residents, and in line with Black Lives Matter's advocacy, I don't want to see a reform effort that assumes an ongoing police department that is much like the one we have now. I want the city to start with a clean slate, asking what we need to ensure human well-being and safety in all forms. Then ask how a team of city and county personnel, community partners, and interjurisdictional partners can best pursue those goals without assuming that the solution must grow out of our existing police department model. Thank you for your work on this issue and for your consideration of these suggestions. Okay, now for my last short one. Three-ring circus here. I just wanted to comment briefly in relation to the public art proposal and to make suggestion for a possible future public art project that, to my mind, would align with our racial equity commitment. At Spring Park, the historic spring source is marked by an aging and crumbling sculpture depicting an apparent Native American male figure who appears to be drinking from a gourd. I took a photo a couple of days ago, and I'm not sure if you can see this very clearly. To my eyes, this piece of art is troubling. In the first place, its neglect, you can see it's chipping away at the top, suggests a lack of respect for the indigenous people whose memory it seems to have been designed to honor. Secondly, while I imagine that the supporters and creators of this artwork were well-intentioned, to me it reinforces stereotypes about Native Americans as simplistic, primitive, solitary, and the like. And it does nothing to encourage children and other viewers to think about the actual experiences and sophisticated society of the indigenous people from whom this land was appropriated. I think it would make a lot of sense to invite someone from the local Maryland or DC indigenous community or a Maryland nation such as this Piscataway to consult on this matter and guide decision-making. Thanks for considering putting this piece of art on the list for refurbishment at a minimum and preferably replacement. And those are all of my comments. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Let's see, I lost track. Did Miss Baker join us?
No, I'm afraid not.
Okay. Who do we have up next? I'm like missing.
Sorry. Kyle Walker, but I don't see Kyle Walker here.
I know.
And then Mary, we're on comments on other matters.
Right.
Mary Machui, but I don't see her here either. And then the last one is Robert Anderson. And
okay, we'll go to Mr. Anderson then, and then see if anyone else joins us. Mr. Anderson, you're up.
Thank you, ma'am. Last but not least, good evening. The council could be heading for more long and contentious nights over the Junction project. However, conflict over the issue I'm raising tonight is at least in some part preventable. In both 2016 and 18, the council mandated the inclusion of public parking for other Junction businesses as part of the project. I asked last week how many spaces were needed, quite important since the bike rack and eastbound bus stop appear to be eliminated by the project. Receiving no response, I emailed the mayor and city manager this week about how many spaces above those approved just for the NDC project were needed for area businesses. The mayor did not respond, but Ms. Ludlow replied, "I know this has been requested and will be part of our deeper review of the project based on the council's resolution. That review will commence when the next submission is made. We are not at a point to have exact parking information yet. When all the numbers are in, that information and the applicable requirements will be part of the council and public discussion. Council received that missive. So during the 4 years since the first resolution, the staff has not determined the needs of the existing junction businesses. The answer implies that they have no idea. Ms. Ludlow didn't even propose a projected range. This appears to be a disservice to the council, the developer, businesses, and the city's residents. How exactly can the developer make design plans, getting information only, as Ms. Ludlow says, after the next submission? How can the county make determinations on how many parking spots are needed within the development? Remember, the county will make decisions based on code for development size, not the rest of the junction. And the developer has already asked for a waiver to lower the code-derived number. Where are the additional spaces the council has promised for the rest of the junction? After 4 years, will the council accept this staff non-answer? Why should existing businesses in the junction not be given real support with real answers to their continuing parking needs? This is not presented in opposition to the development, but rather to signify that the council's mandate should be transparent and known to the developer so NDC can proceed with that information. Otherwise, they are almost surely forced to significantly revise their carefully designed and expensive plans. I urge the council to get the parking numbers necessary for supporting other businesses in the junction. If the council does not, and it allows staff to continue along the path of, I just don't know, they are causing issues for themselves, the developer, the junction businesses, and the community that wants to continue patronizing those businesses. Or when the plans come to the council, will you endure more long and contentious council meetings and retract your promise and harm other junction businesses? I hope not, and don't believe that you would. We do, though, depend on you to act to ensure that that is not the case. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. I'm just going to ask the city clerk if anyone else was able to join us, or is that it?
No, I'm afraid there's no one else here. I'm sorry.
Okay. Great. So we will move on to council comments. Any council comments this evening? No one's going to raise their hands. All right. Councilwoman Costick. I have Costick, Smith, Searcy.
All right. Hi, everyone. Just a couple of very quick updates and a question. One is I would just want to give a big thanks to Daryl Braithwaite from Public Works for acting really quickly with a, sorry, my 4-year-old is babbling on the monitor there. I wanted to give a big shout out to Daryl Braithwaite from Public Works for taking quick action when I let her know about a traffic issue at the junction related to some Verizon work that was going on there. Really, really appreciate that. And also the sensitivity of Public Works and housing and the police department in dealing with some possessions that were left in one of the parks by an individual. It appeared that some possessions were left, and it appeared they were probably belonged to someone who was experiencing homelessness and was no longer near the possessions, but I felt strongly that I didn't want to have those picked up and thrown away. And I was really, really grateful to the staff that everyone felt the same way and addressed that in a really compassionate and helpful way. So I just want to thank everyone for working on that. I wanted to follow up, Mr. Anderson. It appears based on what I heard earlier from NDC that they are hoping to get us those answers that we had requested in a previous letter on some questions about the junction, hopefully tomorrow or Friday. So hopefully we will have some more information soon. And then finally, I had a question for the city manager. I've seen, and you can answer this during your comments if that's helpful. I've seen a couple of things circulating about the public space management plan survey, and I'm not sure if that's something new or something that was around previously and what the deadline is, and just wanted to make sure that I had the full information on that and could tell people what it was. Thank you.
Sorry, Councilmember Smith.
I have a couple of remarks. It is campaign season. I've been walking around the ward and talking to people about what's going on. Many residents need help, and council needs to find a way to, find support for people. People cannot wait until the pandemic is over. We need to give them support right now. Council has big issues in front of it. The Purple Line shut down. We do have 2 stops that are going to service residents. Many forget about the Arliss stop right outside the city, but it's just as important as the stop in Ward 6. What's going to happen on the future of the junction, the library, these issues the council will take up, especially the future council, but residents need help today. I was at Essex House for their recent produce distribution. I got an email from Ken Flemmer. This just crystallizes how big these problems are going to be in front of us. Because the CARES Act was giving the county a lot of money so that they could give fresh food to people, that money is gone. So we're in what is called phase 3. And this is directly from Ken Flemmer's email. The most dramatic is the numbers of actual boxes, food boxes that residents are going to get. Montgomery County box numbers have been cut 88%, from 26,000 a week to 3,000 a week. I haven't heard anyone talk about there's too much food. So now we got a fraction of what was given to residents, and we're going to have to figure out ways to help those people. Either we get them directly connected to SNAP, or we're going to have to find money in the housing fund and reallocate that to food. If we think we have problems now, if people don't have food to eat, those problems are going to just blow up. I just want to let people know, if they want to email me or send me a direct message on social media, please do it. I understand that this is everybody's problem. We're in this together and we can get through this. This is about big leadership, but we need a plan, a strategy to do that. I have started working on a program that my team and I have started calling Thrive in 5. It is a series of supports and services that we're going to bring together to make it just a little bit easier to help people live in Ward 5. We're going to end the digital divide in Ward 5. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that. We're working with internet providers and nonprofits to help people with lower income get high-speed home Wi-Fi and computers, provide computer training at the library so our residents don't have to go so far to build their computer skills. Our goal is to have internet access at least at one computer. I'm bringing low or no cost flu shots to Ward 5 that's already in the works. And I'm working towards a long-term goal to bring a low-cost medical and dental clinic to our residents. A couple things that I'd like staff to look at and my colleagues. We're gonna have the city attorney write the tree regulations. I think that we should consider having Public Works grind the stumps for trees that are cut down. I know that this will have budget implications, but I have been contacted by one of Ward 5 residents about this issue, and I think it is appropriate that council consider making the money available so that tree stumps can be removed once a tree is cut down. I want to thank everyone that participated in the community call on Sunday. I want to give a special thanks to Shebra Evans, the president of Montgomery County School Board, Josh Boki, the director of government relations for Comcast, and Grace Wiggins, that allowed residents that are desperately seeking help because of COVID-19, all of these negative impacts that people are going through. And this call presented people with a lot of great things. Comcast has a service for $9.95. I'm going to make sure residents get that information in Ward 5. And it is a great internet alternative right now. One thing that I've talked to the government relations rep from Comcast about is providing free internet to residents. I would like our legal counsel to see if this is even possible, but Comcast government relations rep said that there are no restrictions of if the city of Tacoma Park wanted to take some of its funding that we get from our franchise agreement and use that to buy low-cost internet or to provide free internet for residents. So if that is a possibility, I would like for council to consider that, because people need access to the internet to either fill out job applications, to do schoolwork, and in some instances for entertainment in the home. On the police task force, I'm going to make a motion to table the proposal until after the election. I think because we have all these contested races, that includes my own, that we should not give any type of advantage to people that are already in seats. So I am going to make a motion that we table the task force. And finally, on Tuesday, I'm going to work with members of MML's Montgomery County chapter. We're going to have a meeting with the county about tax duplication. So once I find out more information, I will provide it to people. Thank you.
Great. Councilman Searcy.
Good evening, everyone. So I have a number of updates today. First, I did just receive later this afternoon an update from Park and Planning in terms of cleanup of some of the pedestrian bridges between Becca Lilly and Hillwood Manor. They are scheduled to come out to do some of that cleaning as early as tomorrow or early next week, so I should say. So within the next few days, we should start to see those pathways cleared of a lot of the debris that was left over from the storm. They did go out and take a look and have assessed and recognized that they need to come out. There was a large tree that fell in Hillwood Manor near the community garden. We are still working with the arborist to assess that tree and to make the necessary removal. So just want to give folks a heads up that that is moving forward. I also want to give a special thanks to our housing manager, Grace Wiggins, and Director of Public Works, Daryl Braithwaite. Last night, we had an opportunity to meet with residents in the Tacoma Overlook. Their building experienced a horrible flood as a result of the storm. And so I appreciate all of the hard work that Grace and Daryl has put in to meet with residents, to provide some assistance to try to get folks settled, especially those who units have been flooded in the middle of a pandemic. So I just want to reiterate my appreciation for that. Also want to thank our Economic Development Manager, Samira Cook-Gaines, and Brick and Story for all of their hard work to bring folks together, to put down their thoughts on the future rec center development. So we had a great event on Saturday. There was a Zoom call that was held. Well, unfortunately, we were trapped in another meeting, but I'm excited to hear about the feedback that residents were able to provide. Earlier this evening at 6:30, there is another Zoom meeting, and that is going to be on Saturday, the 26th, from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. So just as a quick reminder, there's a Zoom meeting for that. Also, just as a quick reminder, and this is for the city manager, I did get an email, and the mayor and I were on an email thread with the property managers at the Hampshire Towers, and we all just forgot that it is possible for the residents to park in the rec center lot overnight. The manager, she said, "I'm sorry, I forgot that switched." So we are doing our due diligence to make sure that people, I included it in my update to make sure that folks are aware that that is something they can do from 9 p.m. until noon the next day. So just as a quick update. Also, want to just give folks another quick Hillwood Manor Playground update. So residents provided feedback via the survey. I was able to have an email exchange with our project manager and the team from Parks. And so we should get designs for the playground by mid-October for folks to take a look at and offer your thoughts on. So please be mindful and just pay attention to the website that staff established for, the county staff established for the playground project. And just keep your eyes peeled. And as soon as those designs or options of designs are posted, I will let you all know. Also, I just want to echo Councilmember Smith in terms of food. I want to thank Doris Durant for all of her hard work in Hampshire Towers, as well as Small Things Matter. There were food deliveries that happened over the course of the week, so definitely appreciate all of the hard work. Also want to echo points about, and definitely Councilmember Smith would be interested in working with you on getting internet access in the city. I think that's one of the things that I mentioned as well. I think it's important for us to just have internet access, free Wi-Fi in the city of Tacoma Park. There are other cities that are doing it, and I think it's something that's feasible for us as well. And then lastly, I just want to again thank Maureen, Lily, and all of the residents that provided comments, but Maureen specifically, whose daughter, Becca Lily, is the namesake of the playground in Becca Lily. And so the residents in Ward 6 love that playground. It's a popular place. And so thank you so much for coming to speak about the housing opportunity, but also for being, you know, a part of Becca Lily Playground. So thank you so much for that. And that is all I got. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. You've been busy. Councilmember Siemens.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of things. First of all, yesterday was National Voter Registration Day. And I don't know if anybody can see my messages behind me, but I'm saying, offering that anyone that needs information on registering to vote or on applying for write-in ballot for the presidential election can contact me at 240-793-5108. And I will get the proper forms to you so that you can mail those in and get yourself registered to vote. It's important that everybody vote this year. If you're a non-citizen or otherwise don't qualify for the state, such as 16 and 17 years old, you can still vote in the city election, in which case I will get you the proper form to register for that. Again, that was 240-793-5108. And I would, I guess that'll be all for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Siemens. Councilwoman Dabala.
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Stevens stole my thunder about National Registration Day, although I don't have the cute signs. I'm just gonna, because of the time, I'll just mention quickly. First of all, thanks to all the residents that came out and spoke about the housing project on Garland Avenue. I also received comments from residents in Ward 2, and the majority of them by far were in support of the project. We can talk about that later. And I look forward to hearing the presentation from the city housing manager, thank you, address some of the concerns that have been raised. I asked those questions already myself, so spoiler alert, there are some answers to them. Secondly, I've been doing issue sessions instead of office hours that are open-ended. There's another one coming up next Tuesday night. And I'm trying to settle into Tuesday evenings because that seems to work for folks. And last, today, the Council of Governments Climate and Energy Group that I'm a member of met to review the draft 2030 Regional Climate Plan. Why do I bring this up? Because one of the things that we said in our climate framework that we passed a few months ago was close cooperation and work with government agencies that are larger than us. And to the degree we can get the Council of Governments to support the kinds of direction that we want to go in here, it'll make it a lot easier for us here. So if anyone is interested in the draft plan, let me know. I'll shoot you a copy. Thank you.
Great. Councilmember Kovar.
Thank you. Gotta get my volume up. Appreciate the opportunity. I do have a couple of just scheduling things to mention first. I'm also hosting a discussion on Tuesday night, same as Councilmember Dabala. This is essentially the alternative to the office hours and community meetings that I previously did. And so this is Tuesday, the 29th at 7 p.m. I've circulated the information. It'll be done remotely via Zoom. If you haven't gotten it and you want to participate, please contact me. Any topics are welcome. Also, the annual play day is coming up on the 26th. You can get the information through Let's Play America's website, but it's from 10 to 2 p.m. on the 26th, which is Saturday. My colleague, Councilmember Dabala, mentioned COG, and the committee that I'm on through COG is the Metropolitan Washington Air Quality Committee, and there was a meeting of that today as well. And I thought people might be interested in a letter that is being sent, is being signed by the chair of that committee, Brandon Todd, and it's to the EPA. And basically the EPA reviewed the ozone standards and decided to just keep them at the same level they currently are, 70 parts per billion, which our region is almost achieving, but not quite. The experts involved in this COG committee believe, as do others who are focused on some of these environmental issues, that the EPA, and I don't think this is a huge surprise, didn't really consult a lot of the real experts here and didn't take into account some of the new health concerns that have arisen about exposure to ozone. And so the letter urges them to not go forward with the current proposal to keep the standards as they are and to consult in a better way health and other scientific experts and to come up with a newer standard, with the hope, of course, that it would be a lower standard. So anyone who wants to see that letter, I can certainly send that to them. I would like to ask the city manager, and maybe this can just be covered when she presents with her comments. There's some uncertainty around the parking permit situation, and people are trying to understand. And I think it's just, it's COVID and it's not easy to figure these things out. I think there's a feeling that you have to show up in person, which a lot of people don't want to do at the community center. However, I believe there's also a mail-in option, and just clarifying what's happening and I think helping people understand that we've reached the point when if you haven't gotten the extension you really need to, Normally, I'm not that sympathetic to people who don't meet the deadline, to be honest, but I think maybe a little extra forbearance right now wouldn't be a bad thing. But I think in particular, just clarifying what the current situation is would be helpful. And then I do want to mention two other things. The mayor mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, the thinking about Justice Ginsburg, and I was very pleased to have a chance to actually be at two rallies over the weekend. One was at the gazebo, and both the mayor and our Congressman Jamie Raskin made really powerful speeches, I thought, talking about, well, Ginsburg's life, but in a broader sense, connecting it to what's going on today. And there were other speakers there as well. And I think there were several hundred people at that gathering. Everybody was masked. There wasn't too much piling in on each other. There was just enough room there. And then my wife had gone down to the Supreme Court, so I went down there afterwards as well. Bigger crowd, several thousands. Now I'm staying home for at least 2 weeks because of that. But there were dozens and dozens of speakers, really an incredible series of people. And actually, Jamie Raskin came down there and I got to hear him deliver. I'm not going to say the identical speech, but a similar speech. But it really was inspiring as well as sad. And it, I think, as the second meeting in particular was just sort of the lead-in or an introduction to what's going to be a really tough and difficult fight. And clearly the odds are against us on the Supreme Court, but we've got to try to do everything that we can on that and all the other things that kind of connect to it. And then finally, I'll just say, I do appreciate that the people who spoke during the public comment today, as Councilmember Duvall said, we'll be working on understanding more details about the habitat proposal. On the task force, we'll talk about that also, but I do think some of the suggestions about ways that we could think about further refining the membership of the task force in particular are worth us considering when we talk about that shortly. Thank you. I'm sorry to have gone on so long.
Great, thank you, Councilmember Kovar. Just a couple of things on, let's see, on yesterday, it was just yesterday. I testified in front of the Senate Judicial Proceedings Committee on a number of reforms around policing, in particular reiterating what the council voted on in July and had moved towards for the Maryland Municipal League legislative action request, stressing the need for greater mental health services, reforms to the Maryland Public Information Act, repealing of the Law Enforcement Officers' Bill of Rights, and having a statewide use of force standard. So I was able to provide that testimony. And I think our public policy partners, our advocate in Annapolis, listened to most of the testimony and said it was a good thing we put in testimony because we were one of the only people to really emphasize mental health. Which is a shame because that is something that I think all of us need to be talking about and looking for resources and ways that we can increase access to mental health in our community. And I know that's something we've talked about, and we need to continue to move on that and stress it at the state level as well as the county level. In addition, I just want to add my thanks to Brick and Story and to Samira Cook Gaines and everyone who helped put together the event on Saturday. It was terrific. I mean, spacing the activities people were asked to do. I really appreciate all the work that went into that. And I think as we're looking at innovative ways to engage residents, especially during COVID and what that means, I think they're giving us some good models, and it reinforced with me that it was a good pick on our part to partner with Brick and Story. So I want to thank the staff and them for all the work they're doing. Let's see what else. I would just want to thank the Folk Festival. And it was a little different this year online, but just want to thank everyone for being able to put that together and continue the tradition. And again, just want to say thank you to our Arts and Humanities Commission for coming with their presentation, and also just say, like, we will be discussing in more depth sort of some of the things that we had talked about during the budget carryover and putting things on hold. So that's to come. I will now turn over to City Manager.
Thank you very much. A couple quick things. I will address the public space management plan. One of the things that we're trying to do is part of kind of virtual outreach is a survey. So a survey is out, it's posted on the website. We're sending out postcards to folks. We did distribute the postcard at the rec center event and at some of the other kinds of distribution places around town. And I'll see if I can get some better information for you, but there's a nice blurb on the website that you can link to as well. So one of the things about Tacoma Park is that Halloween is a big deal, and lots of questions about what can we do with Halloween this year with COVID. We've had some excellent discussions among our staff and with the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission, trying to figure out how do we have fun. So first, I want to say the not fun part. This will be a no-knock Halloween. So this is not the year to go door to door trick-or-treating. That's not a safe option. So we're trying to find other fun options to show off your costume, get some treats, or walk around, or that kind of thing. So we've got a pretty exciting list of things to do. First, we want to encourage everybody to decorate for Halloween, and there will be a contest on the decorations, things that'll be outside. You can even have a room decorated inside, and we can judge it online. And so it's great for apartments as well as houses, and we can have a lot of fun with Halloween decorations. On the night before Halloween, on Friday night, the 30th, the rec department will have an online party that's geared towards families. During the day on Saturday, it's nice that Halloween's on a Saturday. So we can do a lot of the activities in the daylight. So we're going to have an opportunity to Sligo Creek Parkway will already be closed. We're working with Park and Planning to actually have the closure areas longer. It may go all the way from New Hampshire to Wayne. They're still refining that a little bit, so it's not sure. We're also looking about having kids and artists and others doing chalk designs on this parkway. And this would be a great place just for people to be out and about. In the mid to late afternoon, though, then the rec department will have senators put centers in different wards of tables set up with treats on it so that it's not too many people at a time. It's spread across the city. We're going to encourage residents and businesses to put tables out with treats on it if they want to do that along the sidewalk. So it's an opportunity for about a 2-hour period of time in particular for folks to be out and about in a safe way. And then in the evening, the rec department will have another online party. I have a feeling that'll be a little bit more geared towards teenagers and that kind of thing. So it's not all final yet, but there's a lot of excitement about it. And, we're trying to see if that can work. I know some people want to close streets and do that. At this point, we're kind of discouraging that, although there may be some places where it's appropriate. We mostly want people to just be able to walk along the sidewalk or go to a place that's close to them or go into Sligo Creek Parkway, show off their costumes and have a nice time. And, I think that if we are all decorating our houses and whatever, it'll just feel like a blast. So I'm hoping we make it a special time for the kids and for those of us who like to dress up. There will be information going out. This is how it looks so far, but the actual hours and things I think we'll be refining within the next week or so. Another different category of impacts from COVID-19 is we're going to be doing leaf collection a little differently this year, because we do not want to have as many temporary workers during leaf collection. We're trying to keep the number of different people down to meet our pandemic protocols for safety for staff. Where instead of having 6 crews, we'll just have 3 crews doing vacuum leaf collection. But we're going to really emphasize the environmentally good things to do with mulching and composting of leaves. We also will allow people to bag leaves and pick it up on Mondays. There will be there's quite a spread in the upcoming Tacoma Park newsletter about how to do leaves and how to make it so that it's a really good approach to environmental approach of dealing with leaves. We will do the vacuum. We'll have a longer period of time. It'll go from mid-November all the way to the end of December because it's only 3 crews. It does mean you're not likely to get, if you pile the leaves up near the curb, it may be a long time till we pick them up. So we really are trying to urge these other options for leaf collection. Wanted to note that we've started our own shared city streets program, similar in some respects to how the county has been doing shared streets, but we will have opportunities for residents to close streets at times during daylight hours. And there's a process on our website now. So I have links to that in my city manager comments. And it's on the website, we're getting the word out. Folks who have tried it so far seem to like the process. So we are encouraging folks to do that. One of the key differences is that this is not a situation where you can drive through for local traffic. It really is closed with barricades. Now, if you have to get to your house, there's a way to allow for that. But it really is a little bit different than just a sign that says local traffic only. It really is more of a closed street approach to having these opportunities for neighborhood gatherings on a closed street. To address the point that Councilmember Kovar mentioned, the parking permit extension period has ended. And I apologize, there was some confusion about some of the information that was sent out. The website's getting corrected a little bit. What I urge, first of all, nobody has to come in person to get a parking permit. We will do it by mail. We will help people to handle this remotely because we know that that's important. You can come in to do it, but we ask that you phone us first because we want to make sure somebody's there to help you and that you have all of the right information. So we'll be getting out messages. I thought it was going to get out this afternoon, but I'm sure it'll be out tomorrow that really clarifies that process. In my city manager comments, we do have a phone number to call. It's 301-891-7112 for questions about the permit parking process and how we can help you because we want this to work well. We don't want anybody frustrated about their permit parking passes. So look forward to making sure that works safely.
I asked a question about that. Yeah, so yes. The question is, there is this uncertainty and there's also people feeling some anxiety, understandable, about going out in public. So I understand that there has been some publicity about, and I've sent it out myself, about when the time expires, but it does feel to me a little bit like with this uncertainty, we ought to not quite be ready to come down hard
to give citations. I'll check on that tomorrow.
I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, I just second that. Like, I feel like we need to phase it in a little bit more or something. I don't know. I mean, not to add to the work of our parking enforcement, but I wonder if we could just check if there's some way to kind of do warnings and then, I don't know, but it just, I like check. Kind of like been a little bit of a shock to people. So if we could do something else. Yeah.
Okay.
And I just want to, are you done? Sorry.
I still have another, I've got another item, but that's all for that. Oh, okay, I'll continue then. I wanted to note that there is a local map amendment, which is a zoning amendment for a very small parcel off of Carroll Avenue in the junction at the Montessori School property. And it will be going before the planning board on, I was going to say October 15th. This is to be able to do a small addition to the building. The building plans for this went through the Facade Advisory Board and Historic Preservation Commission in 2018. So this is a long time project. It still has to go through a number of steps. If somebody wants to testify to the planning board, they are able to do so. And there's information on my city manager comments about how to do that. This is something it's behind the building. We've not seen that there's a significant issue. And as I said, it did go through the Facade Advisory Board and the Historic Preservation Commission for the building. So there is information if people would like it. And we've been trying to make sure that council members are familiar with the information. I think part of the thing is that it went through some of the procedures 2 years ago. So it's been a long time. And I think it just surprised people when it came back up again.
I did have a question about that also. So this is connected to the Montessori school that's on Carroll near the intersection with Philadelphia.
Right.
And I think it would be helpful to understand whether, I've spoken to the owner, but it was a while back and I don't recall the details. Is this enough of a change that they're looking at an increase in the number of clients and therefore a significant increase in the number of parking needs they might have? And I don't know if we could find that out. I think that would be helpful.
We can find that out. I mean, I think it's all pretty small. So I think that was part of the discussion, but I will find out and get back with you.
Thank you.
That's a good question, Councilmember Kovar. My recollection is that it was mostly for outdoor space too.
Well, that's what I thought too. And so if it doesn't lead to any change in the general change to the number of kids who are there, then it's not a big deal. But just given all the discussion we've had about parking in that area, I just wanted to make sure I understood what it was.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's not normally much parking there anyway.
Okay.
That's all I have.
All right. I just wanted to say thank you so much on the leaf collection. I think as we talk about during COVID-19, as looking at some ways that we have opportunities to rethink how we do things. I know there have been a number of residents over the last couple of years who have really been asking us to rethink leaf collection and how we can educate residents on the fact that you don't have to rake and leaf blow every single leaf on your property, and that sometimes leaving leaves around can be good things. And so I'm really glad that we're putting some information in the newsletter. I will admit, I'll be the first one to admit I am not much of a gardener, and having some direction on that would be very welcome this year. So thank you to everyone who's put that together. Great. All right, moving forward. We will now go to our voting session. We have 2 items. The first is a resolution regarding the task force on reimagining public safety. Councilmember Smith, did you want to do your motion first?
Yes. So before we begin the discussion, I would like to put on the floor a motion to table any council action on this item until after the elections, November 3rd.
Okay. Do I have a second for that motion? Just make sure no one raised their hand. Seeing no second, the motion does not move forward. I will now turn it over to my colleague, Councilwoman Searcy, to review the resolution we have before us and any changes that were made. And I know there is a friendly amendment by Councilwoman Kostick on the table. And if it remains a friendly amendment, we can move it with Councilwoman Kostick's changes as well. So Councilwoman Searcy, it's all yours.
Okay, so can folks see my screen? Perfect. All right. So Councilmember Costick, I believe I also have all of your edits highlighted in this version. So for everyone, I just want to quickly walk you all through the edits that were made. First, let me say thank you so much to my colleagues as well as residents who put forward some really, really helpful feedback on ways in which we can clarify roles and strengthen the intent of the task force. So really quickly, just as a reminder, we had a number of goals that we were asking the task force to make recommendations regarding. One friendly amendment that Councilmember Costick suggested is clarifying that the City Council will establish a task force to advise and provide recommendations on ways the city can reform public safety policies and procedures to ensure racial justice. So that was one edit. And then I'm going to walk through the goals because we collectively made a number of edits. Be it further resolved that the task force will make recommendations on the City of Tacoma Park's policing and public safety policies and procedures, including reviewing disaggregated data on arrests, citations, and stops to ensure that the city's public safety approaches advance racial justice. That should address comments from the mayor as well as council members Costick, and I believe Dabala also wanted to make sure that we clarified racial justice. Approaches to engage and empower residents, particularly groups who have been marginalized in policing oversight and community policing practices. I think I just added empower. Alternative models to better address issues that are commonly correlated with police interaction, such as mental health, substance abuse, and other social service needs. And Councilmember Kovar, that other should get at your point of being broader in terms of the alternative approaches. And the reallocation of the city's budget necessary to fund the task force recommendations. And this goes back to Councilmember Kovar, your point of really making sure that we convey to the task force that we would like for them to look at our budget allocations to make sure and make some recommendations on ways in which we can move things around to better address their recommendations. So I'll pause there to see if there are any additional comments or questions about the edits that were made here. Okay, perfect. All right, I'm going to move on. So we received a number of comments from residents and the council alike that we needed to really clarify the distinction of city staff participation. So what this resolution does is calls out that the task force will consist of up to 15 council-approved members, and that the council will prioritize task force members from the following groups: Black and Brown residents or business owners that vary by income, education, sexual orientation, and gender identification; Black and Brown youth; local experts in civil liberties, civil justice, and police reform; a member from the resident committee, and I called out resident committee here just to clarify that the police chief's advisory board is a resident-driven group; mental health professionals and representatives from advocacy groups such as CASA de Maryland, NAACP, ACLU. And again, this is not an exhaustive list. This is just some examples. Now, one of the things that we also called out is that the task force may include no more than 3 ex officio. I'm sorry, my dog has decided to bark. All right. So the task force may include no more than 3 ex officio council-approved members from the City of Tacoma Park staff, whose role is to collaborate with the task force as needed through a process driven by the task force members. Now, this was a clarification that Councilmember Costick added to make it clear that it is up to the task force to determine how to leverage the ex officio council approved members. And I just want to make sure that we don't need to clarify additional, so that the 15 consists of the residents and the ex officio would be an additional.
Councilmember Searcy, this is Councilmember Kovar. Could I ask a question?
Sure.
So, as you know, previously I've been a little nervous about the 10 to 15 number, and I think it's better now because it says up to 15. And I think when you combine that with making the ex officio people not part of the 15, that does help. I still do just want to say, though, in terms of the membership, and I understand your point that it's not meant to be exhaustive, right? But I guess the question is, you know, we have mental health professionals listed with a plural, so that could certainly be more than one. And then we have representatives of some of these other groups. And I did think that the comment we heard earlier from the resident Alex Fox about, in addition to the 3 organizations that are listed there, I know it says such as, those are respected groups, but the reference was made to Black Lives Matter or the equivalent of one of the local groups that have been, you know, some of the leaders in this area. So I would suggest that we ought to mention them prominently. And additionally, I'm still sort of feeling like the number's a little small for us to get what we really want, because I worry that, you know, we want to have a sufficient number of people who are, I don't want to say just plain residents, but residents who don't have a particular affiliation or expertise, as well as those that do, so that it doesn't just become a type of blue ribbon commission with a lot of experts. And I'm glad to have the experts, but so to me, I would suggest adding one or more of those organizations that were mentioned by Alex Fox, and then also still think about going to 20 instead of 15.
Sure, go ahead.
I was going to say, just for a point of order, you know, it might be best to deal with those in amendments, since.
Yeah, that's fine. And
yeah, I just wanted to, so that everybody could.
I didn't want to get that lost as Council Member Searcy was going through it. We can wait till the end to offer that. I just wanted to flag that, and I can offer that at any time if people think that makes sense. Thank you.
Okay. Perfect. I flagged it as an item.
Okay, thanks.
And so ex officio members will not be able to vote on task force recommendations, but will be able to provide information that the task force needs to inform its decision making. Ex officio members' involvement and attendance at meetings will be determined by the task force members based on their needs and interests. Again, this was some additional language that Councilmember Kostick added to the language that I developed around the ex officio membership. In the next section, we also specify that the council will prioritize ex officio members from City of Tacoma Park staff in the following departments: Police Department, Rec Department, and Housing and Community Development. And then the only other edit, just again, we have the external facilitator. We ensure that the task force can decide how to organize itself, including developing subgroups to address task force goals, as well as the task force may request and collect external information to aid in its decision-making, including community outreach. And then we also
Councilmember Siemens is waving you down there, Councilwoman Searcy.
I'm sorry?
Councilmember Siemens was waving for a question.
I'm sorry, I can't see you.
That's okay. I just had a question on that the council will prioritize the following, and what does that mean to prioritize them?
So I didn't want to be, I mean, we could just say we will select, but I didn't want to completely like, I didn't want to leave out other staff that may play a role that's outside of these 3 departments that might be appropriate. So it would be, you know, which staff come forward or are recommended to us as potential participants as ex officio members of the task force. And then we would decide from there which staff to choose.
And my other question was kind of focused around Councilmember Kovar's suggestion, and that is, it seems that we are going to want experts, including such organizations as Black Lives Matter, to participate in this, even if they're not official task force members. And is that clearly understood in what you've presented?
Yes. So that would be covered in this resolve clause, where the task force may request and collect external information to aid in its decision making. So if there are external groups that they would like to come in to provide a presentation on certain topics or policies, they're able to do that.
And how's that different than just us ex officio members?
The ex officio members would be sitting, you know, should the task force decide, would be there to answer questions more regularly than a one and done presentation that may be from an exterior organization. So the idea with the ex officio versus, we could have someone from Casa de Maryland, for example, that is an actual voting member on the task force, because we think that's important to have them be able to vote thumbs up, thumbs down on the recommendation, which would be different from having someone from, say, the NAACP who isn't a member but is willing to give a presentation. That would be covered under this resolve clause, which would be different from, say, having, not to put Grace on the spot, but having someone like Grace Wiggins on the task force providing information regularly to the task force about social service needs in the city in terms of the number of residents and where they're located, and providing background information that's in a more real-time way. Again, wouldn't be able to vote, but would be able to be at the table if it's useful for the task force to really inform their decision-making going forward. Does that make sense?
I think it's splitting hairs. I think the ex officio members and the and other people that might be invited could all be kind of the same. You used the word priority. I think they're kind of at the same level, that we could encourage them to the task force to invite experts, whether it be from the police department, the recreation department, Black Lives Matter, or NAACP, to come and either present, make a presentation, or to be there more regularly. But that would give the task force the flexibility of who they wanted to be there at what time. And also, I don't think it makes it anything too much different than what you have, other than we don't have to group people quite so finitely as what you've done.
Can I just suggest, because we're voting on this tonight, maybe we should just make a motion and then take amendments.
Okay.
Or just finish going through it, and I just don't want to lose track of.
You want the motions now, or do you want them?
Well, I was hoping Councilwoman Searcy could just go through the changes that were made so that everybody was aware of them. But if people would like changes, I think it's probably best to move it and then do those as amendments, so we don't lose track.
Do we have to move the main?
So just so you all know, I'm done. So, all right. So I think I will go back to the mayor. So Mayor, would you like me to keep the document on the screen?
Yeah, why don't you take control? Why don't you keep control of the document, because you know it best.
Okay.
I'll ask, does somebody want to move the resolution to establishing a task force on reimagining public safety to ensure racial justice?
I'll move it.
No, you don't move it. Councilwoman Searcy moves it.
Well, she didn't get in there. Come on.
I'm trying to scroll. I have 3 screens.
All right,
Move it.
Councilwoman Searcy moves it, Councilmember Seaman seconds it. And now let's take amendments. I think the first one sounded like we wanted to take the advice of Alice Fox and add, in addition, examples of groups such as DC Black Lives Matter, Surge. I'm trying to.
The Silver Spring Group too, I think, was another one that was mentioned, and I'm drawing a blank on the.
I thought that was Surge. Is that? Let's see. I'm pulling up her.
It was in the written statement.
Yeah, I'm just. Let's.
While Councilmember Searcy is typing, I have been trying to ask a question about this section and maybe make an amendment, but let's do this one first. Thank you.
So there is a MoCo Black Lives Matter movement. So maybe we put that one in. And the Silver Spring Justice Coalition. Maybe those are good examples.
Yeah.
All right. Is there any other suggestions there?
This is Cindy. I have a question about the line that says mental health professionals and whether in mimicking.
Can we take one, sorry, can we just take one amendment at a time? The first amendment.
Oh,
is
I thought you just asked for. Okay, yeah.
So the first amendment was to add additional groups to the line, representatives from advocacy groups such as Casa de Maryland, NAACP, ACLU, MoCo, Black Lives Matter, Silver Spring Justice Coalition.
I think given that it says such as.
Yeah, I think that's
literally
probably.
have to mention every one, but at least this now includes some that are more local or regional and some that are focused more specifically on this set of issues, not that obviously the three other mentioned groups don't actively work on all of them too.
Right.
I don't mean to imply that, but.
Great. All right. So do I have a second amendment?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Siemens. It's been a while since we did this. Could the clerk call the roll on the vote for the amendment?
Yes, Councilmember Kovar,
Aye.
Councilmember DeBala,
Aye.
Councilmember Costick,
Aye.
Councilmember Siemens,
Aye.
Councilmember Smith, Councilmember Searcy,
Aye.
Mayor Stewart.
Yes. Okay, so that's that amendment. And I apologize, Councilwoman DeBala, for cutting you off before, but you're up next. Do you have an amendment?
On the line that in this section, in this resolve, the line that says mental health professionals, to repeat the language from earlier, mental health and other social service professionals, to give us, if someone, the option if someone walks in who has the broader background and is the perfect person to appoint them.
Could I ask one question about that, Council Member DeBala?
Yes.
We also heard last week from people who had personal experiences with law enforcement aspects of having family members with mental health challenges. And so one of the things I was wondering was whether with what we have here now, would that potentially enable a family member of someone who has had to deal with that to also be incorporated, or could this only literally be someone with a professional background, or is there some other place within the bullet points and the concept of the task force that we might be able to include that.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's a question for me. That might be a question for Councilmember Searcy.
Hi. So one of the things that I'm trying really hard not to do is treat each of these bullets as exclusionary in nature, because there are residents of color who have backgrounds in our social workers, who are mental health professionals, who are also local experts. So I don't want, folks to think that these bullets mean that you only have, a Black resident or business owner who doesn't fit within those other categories.
Okay.
So we may have local residents who are able to speak to multiple of these groups that are noted here.
Okay.
So, I don't know if that kind of addresses your question, but I do think it's important for us to make sure that we're also communicating to folks some of the skill sets that we're looking for in terms of local residents as well.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, does that address the question?
To a degree, I guess I'm thinking out loud, and I apologize for that. Would this potentially be able to embrace somebody who is a resident who has faced the challenges of having a member of their family with a mental health issue interacting in a negative way with police? So in other words, coming at the mental health piece, not from the professional perspective, but to be on the receiving end of it. I guess that's what I'm wondering.
I have two things to say about that, two comments. Well, maybe it's one. The word prioritize is not exclusive.
Okay.
So
that's a good point.
Ideally, a person has several aspects, several of the items on this list, but we might find out that that's not the case at all. And then we'd have to dig a little deeper.
I second the motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Siemens. Any other discussion on this?
I'm trying to remember which motion we're on. Adding social service?
Yeah.
Yes, that one.
Okay, perfect.
All right. Can the clerk please call the vote on this amendment?
Sure. Councilmember Kovar.
Aye.
Councilmember DeBala.
Aye.
Councilmember Costick.
Aye.
Councilmember Siemens.
Aye.
Councilmember Smith. Councilmember Searcy.
Aye.
Mayor Stewart.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a new one.
Just mixing it up a little bit. All right. Any other amendments?
Yeah, I do have one other question, and this is at the end of it. So if other people want to do something in the center part here, I can wait.
Not seeing anything, so I think you.
Yeah, so the other question I had was at the very end when we say that, and I communicated briefly with Councilmember Searcy about this. We say that the task force may be dissolved after the final recommendation has been presented to the council by June 16th. I think the final recommendations are supposed to be presented by June 4th. And so it says it may be dissolved. I guess it just says it may be. We don't really know. I'm kind of imagining that we'll want them to be around longer than that. Number one, as we consider their recommendations that are made on June 4th, but conceivably, which could take more than just a week or so, but conceivably well beyond that too. So I was thinking, at least say they may be dissolved at the end of the fiscal year, which would be June 30th, but somehow make it clear that they could stay on after that as well if we chose to. And I don't know whether my colleagues agree with me on that, but something like saying after the final recommendations have been presented to the council by June 30th, 2020, and the council may extend the task force tenure to a later date, just so that people who are applying for this don't go in thinking, well, geez, I'm done on the 16th, even though it doesn't say that. I think indicating or suggesting that we could see them around much longer would be helpful, I think.
Okay, would you like to make that motion?
I will make that motion. So it would say, have been presented to the council by June 30th, 2021, comma, and the council may extend the task force's tenure to a later date.
Did you get that, Councilwoman Searcy?
Sorry, I did not. So, so you said by June 30th?
Right.
Okay.
And then add a comma after 2021 and just say, and the council may extend the task force's tenure to a later date. And maybe tenure is not the right word, I don't know.
Oh, I can put a however. Does that work?
Yeah, you edited me well. Thank you. I propose that. I hope for that.
Great. Do I have a second for that?
I'll second that, just with the caveat that I want to make sure that members of the task force don't feel like they are necessarily required to continue beyond that, with the idea that we might appoint different members if people are kind of done after that point and they want to leave the task force.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. Any other discussion? All right. Will the clerk call the roll on that, or call the vote on that one?
Councilmember Kovar.
Aye.
Councilmember Dabala.
Aye.
Councilmember Costick.
Aye.
Councilmember Siemens.
Aye.
Councilmember Smith. Councilmember Searcy.
Aye.
Mayor Stewart.
Yep. All right. Councilman Costick, did you have an amendment?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what it would look like, but I was just looking back at the section on the ex officio members. And I have continued to have some concerns about having staff members and police members on the task force. So I appreciate the shift to the ex officio member structure. I think as long as that is driven by the task force, that that can be a positive situation that can empower the task force rather than creating a situation where people feel like they can't speak up about issues. I was just listening as Councilmember Siemens asked the question, which I think was a good one, about the difference between the ex officio members and the others that the task force might call. And I appreciate the explanation, Councilmember Searcy, and I think it makes a lot of sense what the difference is there. I don't know whether the structure is possible, but it made me wonder whether there could be the capacity for the council to empower the task force to appoint their own ex officio members rather than us appointing them. I'm thinking as the task force goes along, they might identify people they want to be a member that isn't part of this initial group, or there may be changes to what that is. And I'm not sure if we want that to keep coming back to the council necessarily in each scenario, or if there's someone who presents to them and they're interested in adding as an ex officio member, I want to allow for there to be some flexibility in order to allow that. I don't know if it is possible within the structure of our government operations to give that capacity to a task force, but if it is, I would like to propose that the council would, I'm not sure how to phrase this, but would ask the task force to appoint ex officio members, potentially from the staff departments included here.
So maybe we could just say that could recommend to the city council. or something. And I think this is a place that I've talked to Councilwoman Searcy about this, that I think the facilitator who we hire to do this, I'm thinking we all discussed hiring somebody who has expertise in this area would probably also provide some good feedback on how best to navigate that. But I think we could also just talk about them recommending, because because I still think the council needs to appoint them.
Mhm. That makes sense to me. I like this structure here. And then, excuse me, sorry. In the following, kind of to go along with that, in the be it further resolve clause, where we actually list the departments, then I think we should add the council will appoint ex officio members based on the recommendations of the task force from departments such as. Thank you for getting all of that, Councilmember Searcy.
Cool. Do we have a second for that amendment? Are those two together? We'll take them. Two changes.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Councilmember Siemens. Any other discussion of that? Seeing none, will the clerk call the vote on the amendment?
Councilmember Kovar.
I'm actually just reading it for 1 second.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
It got covered up, sorry.
Could I ask a quick question, Mayor?
Mm-hmm.
Is this, so I got lost in the order of this. Is this saying that the council won't identify upfront also some ex officio folks, or you have to wait till the whole group gets together before the group starts to recommend to you? Because I would think that there would be some folks that the council would already be, some expertise or something that you would already identify as potentially being useful.
Yeah, I think
I'm
in
a
the
little bit confused, and just given that we're on a short time frame.
Right. The first one, the first resolve says may recommend. It may be the second, be it further resolved, the council will appoint. That one sounds too binding. That one sounds like we're, right? Because the first one says may recommend.
I would like for us to hold off. I guess what I am proposing, and it's fine if other people aren't going to support that and want to propose a different change, but I would like us to wait and have the task force identify the people that they want to be appointed as ex officio members.
So you're saying you would be happy without having the recreation department or the housing department? For example?
I think that those departments should be involved as advising this task force, but I also want the task force to identify for themselves which groups they're seeing as wanting to be those long-term ex officio members of the task force based on their experiences in the group.
It just seems like those two clauses are in conflict with each other, though, unless the type is very small, so I'm not, I can't read it that well, but.
Yeah, and I just worry, given the timeline and everything, I don't know, I think this is something we could work out with the facilitator and would rather not put something in the resolution right now that would tie the hands of either us or the task force or the facilitator, us figuring this out later on.
And while I would like to have this be resident driven, I'm also mindful of the reason that it was structured to have these ex officio members involved in the first place, which is that in order to come up with recommendations that will work in practice in our particular community, these folks should be involved. And so I think that goes a little too far to say that we wait till the task force figures out which departments and which people and all of that. I think it needs to move a little quicker than that. Thank you.
Yeah, because I also think they need, like we talked about before, there's going to be some back and forth and learning too about what what's already provided in the city, how certain things, so we can figure that out. So yeah, I'm not sure of all the timing of things, but I wouldn't want to box ourselves in a corner now.
It's, you know, it may not be what others want to do, but I do think it makes sense to have it be driven by the initial task force members in terms of who they want appointed in that role.
Okay.
But isn't that what the resolve clause 2 above that says, or am I missing something?
I think that's what we changed that one in this current amendment to say.
Right, but it's the second one.
Ms. Searcy, what's your take on this?
Yeah. Okay. So I think part of the challenge is the fact that this group needs to move so quickly, and as Councilmember Dabala mentioned, making sure that there are folks available that know and have access to and can meet wait for the task force to make recommendations on which staff to participate. That may be, it may take too long. We could also have the council, which again is another level of complexity, but have the council make some initial recommendations and then allow the task force to make recommendations for reappointment, if that makes sense. So they have some folks to start and they realize, you know what, we actually need someone from the Department of Public Works. Thank you, Housing Department, you can go now. We'd rather have someone from another department or another area. And that would give them a little bit of flexibility to kind of come back. So we can write this first resolve that the task force may include no more than 3. And then it's the council may reappoint ex officio members based on recommendations from the task force.
I don't know
if that kind of meets kind of some of the points where we can kind of get started, but would allow the task force, once they're a little bit more comfortable and they kind of know the expertise that they have in-house versus, you know, the expertise that the initial ex officio folks bring to the table, giving them that flexibility to make some recommendations regarding changes.
I prefer this structure, but I like that better than the alternative. If the options are going back to the other way we had it, or that, I would choose that. So it sounds to me like there's not general support for this version that I have proposed. So I will withdraw that amendment and propose the amendment that Councilmember Searcy has proposed. Or second that, I guess, is what I would be doing.
All right, do we want to wait till Councilwoman Searcy types this in so we can all see it?
I'm a seconder without a motion now.
All right, so Councilwoman Searcy put an amendment on. Councilwoman Costick seconded the amendment. So this would allow flexibility once the task force is in place to maybe changed once the task force is in place based on recommendations from the task force. Okay. Great. Thank you. That's a nice compromise. Any comments on this? Seeing none, will the clerk call the vote on that one?
Councilmember Kovar.
Aye.
Councilmember Dabala.
Aye.
Councilmember Costick.
Aye.
Councilmember Siemens.
Aye.
Councilmember Smith. Councilmember Searcy.
Hi, but I'm still typing. I just hold on. The council will prioritize initial ex officio members from. Okay, so I know we just voted on it. I'm probably breaking all the rules. Is it okay if I read this out loud really quickly?
No, go ahead.
Please.
The council will appoint ex officio members. However, ex officio members may be changed once the task force is in place based on recommendations from the task force. The council will prioritize initial ex officio members from the City of Tacoma Park staff in the following departments.
And I think we still need one more vote on that.
Okay.
I didn't hear a yep yet.
Yeah.
And she didn't ask the city clerk didn't ask me, so.
Mayor Stewart.
Yep, I'm good with it. All right, so we're good with that. Any other? I just had a question. Did we have an earlier drafts, the youth council being included, and decide to change that? It's just a question.
So, so the question was youth, and I got youth in a number of different ways.
Okay.
So we could say youth council. I prioritize Black and Brown youth, but we can also include the youth members from the youth council.
I think that, I mean, that's fine. The way we could have that in mind. I'm not sure we have to specify it depending on what applications we get in. There may be a reason to take, again, we're prioritizing here, not so.
Yep.
Yeah. Cool.
Time to vote on it.
So before the final vote, I just had a question, and maybe Councilmember Searcy could respond. In addition to this resolution, there's also the background material that shows a kind of a scope of work for the committee and so on. And I guess what I'm wondering is, and you and I had a brief exchange about one item in there, or a couple items in there. Does that, if we vote to approve this now or in the next few minutes, what's the status of that document?
Yes, that is a wonderful question. I apologize, I should have led with that. I did not update that document based on all of the back and forth that we were having on the resolution. I will update that document, and it will be a resource to staff that they could use as the for formulating the RFP. So so I wanted to see how this conversation went and because there was a lot of back and forth in terms of what the facilitator would do versus what would be in the resolution and what we would spell out. I wanted to see how the final resolution looked before making all of the updates to that supplemental document. And then that supplemental document would be what staff can use to request a facilitator. Does that make sense?
That makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. My only question then is, if there were a couple of points of emphasis in that document that really we hadn't talked about just as we were doing this resolution, is there an appropriate time to bring that up, I guess is what.
Sure. So I don't know, I can't see anyone, sorry, I only see my screen. So city manager, when we are, again, this kind of gets into the contracting and the RFP aspects of things. To what extent would we need to make publicly, I'm also mindful of the fact that we're talking about contracting, to make publicly available more of the details about what we want to see in a facilitator, as part of a council, like the next meeting, or is that something that can be addressed behind this? I guess I'm trying to figure out what's the most appropriate way to make sure that a lot of the things that we've been talking about here and in the prior meeting, and what we will ultimately see in that document, find its way into the RFP.
So I will route the RFP to the council before it's issued, because that's our standard process for anything that, you know, is trying to implement your wishes. Certainly, if there's something that's in there that feels like it hasn't really been discussed, or there seems to be a bit of a discussion among council members, you know, that point could simply be brought back at a future council meeting just to deal with that. So I think it's likely, I mean, I've certainly been hearing this discussion and reading this information. We've had a number of discussions. My guess is that the RFP is not going to have any surprise information, but as I said, you would review it, and if it did, then there could be an opportunity to bring it back to a council meeting just to clarify if you've got some differing views on priorities or something that you want to make a decision.
I'll just mention two things, and I don't want to extend this any longer than it has to be, but Councilmember Searcy and I talked about at least one of these, and I think it would be important to have some bilingual component to the facilitator if we're able to, because I am worried about an all English kind of process. And then the second thing is, particularly since the mayor just mentioned that she had testified before the panel on our agenda, and I know we're going to be talking with our legislative advocate about that too. It does feel to me, and several residents have brought this to my attention late in the process, but I appreciate that they did. It does feel like asking this task force so soon after they're established and while they're learning a lot and so on, to have them kind of stop and try to put together some recommendations for the state legislative session seems like a lot to ask, and a little bit of a discordant ask, as opposed to letting us handle that part and telling them what we're thinking, see if they have any major objections to it or whatever. But it just feels a little bit like, I agree with those in the community who said that's a lot to ask of them right after they've been set up. So those are my two
again,
things.
I think that that's also where some feedback from facilitators may be useful for the council.
Good.
Yeah, I also think things in Annapolis are changing, and we're not going to necessarily, I mean, these judicial proceedings, they came up super fast.
They may be over this week.
Yeah, and so I think we're going to have to revisit that piece of it as well, probably in light of, and I'll just say that, you know, things in our world are changing daily. And so I would hope that once we had a facilitator on board, we would be communicating about, you know, a more specific direction as we move forward. And I really want to thank Councilwoman Searcy for all her work and kind of putting this together to move us forward.
Thank you.
Okay, so sorry, I can't see anybody either. Councilmember Siemens.
Thank you, Mayor. I also just want to take a minute and thank Councilmember Searcy for her diligent work on this, the amount of time she put into it, and how gracious she was in working with all of us to come to this final edition. And I really appreciate the effort. Thank you.
Great. I will ask the clerk to call the vote on the resolution as amended.
Okay, Councilmember Kovar.
Aye.
Councilmember Dabala.
Aye.
Councilmember Costick.
Aye.
Councilmember Siemens.
Aye.
Councilmember Smith.
I will abstain.
Councilmember, I'm sorry, I've lost track now. Councilmember Searcy.
Aye.
Mayor Stewart.
Yes. Great. Thank you very much. And again, thank you, Councilwoman Searcy, for all the work on this. All right, next we have an ordinance authorizing the city manager to enter into a contract with Habitat for Humanity and use $200,000 from the housing reserve for 7402 Garland Avenue. Am I turning this over to the city manager, or, oh, Miss Wiggins has joined us. Nice to see you. I'm turning it over to you, I guess. Or she disappeared.
I'm back. I'll have the city manager, if Susie, do you want to kick it off?
Yes,
And
please.
Okay.
then Samira and I can jump in.
There's Samira too.
Yes, I'm very excited to present this proposal to enter into a contract with Habitat for Humanity for affordable homeownership opportunities at 7402 Garland Avenue. And I note a couple things. First is the City Council has established a housing reserve so that such kinds of, that there's monies available when these things arise that can really help advance council goals. It's not always certain what the actual arrangement might be for those funds, but that's why there is a reserve. We have a housing and economic development strategic plan that was adopted just about a year ago. And this project advances many, many of the goals that were outlined in that housing and economic development strategic plan. It helps expand affordable homeownership. It helps preserve property, renovate property, and it creates housing that is safe, sustainable, accessible, and affordable across socioeconomic groups. One of the things that's very nice about the city of Takoma Park is that we have an opportunity to purchase law that allows us to be aware when a property is to be sold that's currently occupied by renters. And we have a process that allows tenants the opportunity to purchase, that allows the city the opportunity to purchase, and often the county the opportunity to purchase. In this, because we have this law, we're available, we find out about some things, and this was a very, but it's also very much of a doable project. And one of the things that I remember with Habitat for Humanity and other housing providers and developers. And this one just came together and made a lot of sense. And so one of the things that, although it gives us a real opportunity, it also is a very short time frame to take action. There's a number of limits about when we have to identify that we are interested in exercising our rights to purchase. We have an opportunity to assign it or almost assign it to another entity for them to advance it, and that would be the kind of case that would be involved here. Grace, do you want to talk about the specifics of the project? Is fine, and Samira's also on the, it's Grace and Samira have really been working on this together, and so I see Grace on my screen, so I think I'm going to turn it over to you to speak a little bit to the specifics of the project.
Thank you, Susie. I'm actually going to yield my time to Samira Cook Gaines. I will preface it by saying that, and this is in my professional opinion, the most significant thing that the city of Takoma Park has done over the past year and a half is hiring an economic development manager. It has made a difference in how we think about and how we approach these kinds of opportunities. And the list goes on and on of accolades of the things that have been done to encourage and engage our small businesses in the city of Takoma Park. I think also having someone who comes with the background that Samira comes with makes a difference in how we evaluate these deals and how we develop the partnerships. So I think it's a perfect segue, Susie, to Samira, because she was the lead, and she has been the lead in helping the city to understand which partnerships make the most sense in terms of the values of our city, the things that our residents care about, and more importantly, what do we want our city to look like down the road? And I think not only the city of Takoma Park, but our colleagues within MCCOG, the Council on Governments, has identified that there really is no step-up housing. There really is no entry point in any part of our region, which has become incredibly expensive, and it eliminates a certain population based on wealth alone from being a part of home ownership. And so I think the city of Tacoma Park has nailed the affordable rental housing market, but we have not started the process of creating affordable home opportunities. And it is very easy to be opposed to really a very small investment when you're a homeowner. You do not realize the barriers that our families face just to get from point A to point B. Give me 1 second, Samira. I will say one or two things about what the City Council has done to lay the foundation for this opportunity. This is not coming out of the blue. The city has always had the opportunity to look at and exercise its opportunity to purchase at the time that a residential rental property comes on the market. We have not only strongly encouraged tenants to become homeowners, but through this council, we have created a $50,000 fund that would support a first-time home buyer using almost the identical criteria that Habitat uses in terms of home purchasing, with 80% of the AMI, so that we can get people into home ownership. Our grants coordinator, Jennifer Hale, works maybe on 10 or so a week requests from people who want to live in our city, but the price point is never right. Because at 80% of the AMI, you cannot move into Tacoma Park into a single family home. You're either living in a condominium unit or you're renting, or in some kind of rent to own option. It's just not there. The second thing that the city has done to lay the foundation for this moment is, I mentioned the Home Stretch program, but twice a year prior to COVID, we offered a first-time homebuyer program in partnership with LEDC so that we could get people prepared to be HUD certified to get the best mortgage, the best first-time homebuyer program access, the whole piece. But when people start looking for homes in the city of Tacoma Park, they often cannot find those homes. And so for these families, they're forced to live outside of an area that has access to public transportation, access to great schools. Thank you to Mayor Stewart for the proclamation, because those folks working within the schools to make food available, those are the families that actually want to live here as homeowners. And so this is a real precipice for us to move into this opportunity to bring new families into our community and offer them a price point that they can afford. And we're starting at 2, but we haven't done anything up to this point. There is nothing within the city of Tacoma Park that is within the price point that Habitat would offer for 2 units. And I will say this as a final thought. My office also, in my division, also works on the tenant opportunity to purchase package that's put together. So we make sure that the compliance around that process is strictly adhered to. We have seen more properties on the market, residential properties on the market, than we've seen in several years combined. People are selling their homes. Investors and others are taking advantage of the opportunity to be in this community. The low interest rates, the tanking economy has really created this storm where we're seeing people buy properties, flip them to $800,000 to $1 million properties. Who can afford that when you're a low-wage worker, you're a low-income family, and you want to become a homeowner? And so with that, I will turn it over to Samira Cook-Gaines to share kind of the beginning portion of how we developed the partnership. Samira?
Hi, everyone. It's good to see you all. I'm going to talk about a couple things around this project. I really do want to emphasize that the city of Tacoma Park has not done a single thing when it comes to affordable home ownership. We are very well aware that we have affordable rental. We also are very well aware that we carry the majority of what we call affordable housing in Montgomery County, in the area, right, in the state of Maryland. However, there are no pieces in place for home ownership. And I'm going to take a pivot right here for the racial equity conversation. I have been a part, for over a year now, been a part of the Government Alliance for Racial Equity. The city of Tacoma Park, we have 4 members in our team, and we've spent a lot of time talking about racial equity, and then 2020 happened. So the thing about racial equity from an economic development standpoint is that equity has to do with ownership. It is wonderful that we have sustainable, affordable housing in Tacoma Park. It is wonderful that we have that. However, we cannot be blind to the fact that in a city that is majority Black and brown, we have our owners, our home owners, are super majority white. A super majority of our homeowners are white. These are the folks who have started out in Tacoma Park, built equity. They can use that for their family, except our Black and brown families who have saved for years. They've been in our city 20 years, 30 years. Their grandchildren are coming back to their rent stabilized housing. Tacoma Park is small, our budget is small, but we have really big goals. And as we discussed during the strategic, the Housing and Economic Development Strategic Plan process, we can do this, but we need good partners. So I've been having very detailed conversations with Grace around partnership. During that time, the council was really interested in this concept of a land trust. A land trust, which is land that the city owns and they can make it perpetually affordable. Now, at the time, this conversation again was around affordable rental. Rental property is not where our families of color or any family can create a legacy, can create wealth in their community. We know that the wealth gap is up to 17 times different when it comes to our families of color versus our white families. That all starts right in home ownership. So as we hear conversations about, subsidizing this housing, this is not a subsidy for our city. What it is a discount because of the partner that we've chosen. So through this partnership, we are taking a single family home that was previously 3 units of rental housing, and we're turning it into 2 units of home ownership opportunity. Grace just spoke to you about the missing middle, the idea that we don't have a step up in our city. You're either in just rental housing, and that's, again, affordable. That rental housing, those are the actual housing partners we have in Tacoma Park. We don't have home ownership partners in Tacoma Park. So that was really not just the missing middle for housing, but for partnership. So developing a partnership over this last year, I feel like we first started looking at properties last August, Grace, but developing our partnership with Habitat for Humanity was a gap in the resources we needed. We need someone who can focus on affordable home ownership. So with that said, not only are we selling a property, which would, we are often concerned about gentrification. Well, what happens when a, $600,000 property gets flipped? It's $1 million property. Who comes into our city with the $1 million property? the answer is very obvious, someone who can afford it. With that said, we will literally trap our renters in the rental apartments that they're in. They've already been there 20, 30 years. That's not necessarily a great thing because we do expect a number of renters to move into home ownership, but they can't jump into a $500,000 and up house. So with that said, the idea of perpetual affordable home ownership is the thing that really enticed me to Habitat for Humanity. There is a covenant on the property where this property will be not sold out to the public for, 3, 4, 5 times that a person bought it at an affordable rate. It gets sold right back into the inventory for Habitat for Humanity, who puts it right back onto the market at an affordable price. So I really think it's a fantastic opportunity. I would be remiss to not point out that we've had really great conversations with a number of the council members. Specifically, I remember talking last summer to Casey about how a community land trust can be done with a partner, but it has to be the right partner. So we've been working hard to find the right partner. And I am more than happy to take any questions. But Grace, if you have anything else, feel free to add.
Thank you, Samira. I will add a couple of things. I know it's late, but I do want to make sure that it's completely clear that the work that you see in the city of Tacoma Park when properties sell and they flip, what's known as flipping, those folks are for-profit developers. They buy these properties and aesthetically, and oftentimes they're just beautiful units and homes that are purchased by folks who we love in our community. There are a couple of highlights here. As a reminder, Habitat for Humanity is a nonprofit housing developer. That's the first thing. And they don't work for profit. They work on a mission. That's the other part. It's not very easy to get through their process. They do a ton of work before folks are identified for these homes, including financial counseling, home ownership. It is a regimen that includes everything that a family will need to be successful in the home ownership world. And in addition, there's a component of work that they do that's called sweat equity. And so that sweat equity means that as the potential owner of this property, you have to put in a certain number of hours into the production of your home and the development of your home. The other great thing that I'll note is that there's also a community component to it, which means that Habitat is looking for volunteers. So for all of the wonderful folks who spoke during the open comment period, we strongly encourage you, if this is approved, to help in that process. There is an opportunity for this to be a community project. And then more importantly, it meets a lot of the goals that we established in our Housing and Economic Development Strategic Plan. This will be an energy efficient, high sustainable property. That's one of the goals that right off the bat was something that Habitat talked about. They are familiar with the resolution of last year involving fossil fuels. They are not only on board with it, but they want to make sure that we're able to use this as a demonstration project for not only home ownership that's affordable, but look what sustainability looks like. And we haven't had a chance to do that. And I know during those discussions around that, vital resolution, there were questions about, well, how do you do it when you're a low-income homeowner? Well, we're going to show you if we're able to through this Habitat project. A couple of other things that I want to mention. Habitat projects are highly subsidized on their end. They get a lot of in-kind donations. They have relationships with big box stores. They get things at reduced rates that would never be available to a for-profit developer or the city of Tacoma Park. They have developed and nuanced this model, the shared equity model, in terms of home ownership in a way that we just wouldn't have the time to start building that wheel. And more importantly, they want to be a partner here with the city of Tacoma Park. And so the dollars, and really it's a small investment, would be money that not only would we have a second lien, a soft second on, but we'd be recovering that money at the time that the properties sell. And so that's a big, big factor. And so I'll take a breath because I think there may be some questions, and I'd love to open it up for questions about some of the detail. I'll quickly say, just to highlight what Susie mentioned in her comments about timing. The tenant opportunity to purchase process is a time-sensitive process. There are limitations that are placed by the code. And so we've taken the first step to identify our interests in purchasing the property. We've been working very closely with the family that owns the property. And I'll speak briefly for Samira, although I can't say it well, I'll do my best. This is also a legacy for that family because they are excited about this project and excited about the city's interest in purchasing the property. And they've owned that property since the 1980s, almost the origination of our rent stabilization program. It was an investment property for them. And they were excited about the idea of creating a legacy around the gentleman who was the patriarch of that family. And it's something that they've wanted to see. And I heard in the open comments period, someone say, well, it needs work. It needs work because this family has now aged out of this property. They're older family, they're making decisions. And the fact that Habitat and the city of Tacoma Park see them as stakeholders for the future of affordable housing is a big deal. And it's important for them. And I want to make sure that as we, there were comments earlier about how we identify and pay tribute to the people who help our city become better. We talked about Becca Lilly Park, and we talked about possibly renaming streets in our city. Well, this family is a part of that legacy as well. They have provided affordable housing for over 4 decades to families that needed that affordable housing opportunity. And not only that, on a personal note, the owner of the property let people in on a handshake. He never took a security deposit, which we all thought was, if someone said that now, you would say, oh my gosh, you're not taking a security deposit. It was a handshake sweetheart deal in many cases, because providing affordable housing in that, units are 2 bedrooms, which are hard to come by, and those families cherished living at that property. And so I'll take that breath.
Yeah, I was going to say,
I'll let you all answer questions, but
I'd like to just
welcome the opportunity for additional questions.
Right.
And I know
let me just speak a moment. So we have a housing reserve. It's a little over $1 million. $200,000 leaves, if it's gone to this project, which we will eventually likely get back and keep the property at an affordable level, still leaves us $800,000. If there is some significant other kinds of needs that the city wants to do for other housing things, this is a wonderful project to be able to not only help this project, but retain an enormous amount. Most of the time, when there are these kinds of projects, the city would have to put out a lot more money than $200,000. It's just absolutely amazing that we can leverage with $200,000 this project. And from a city manager point of view, it's wonderful that the work on the project will not tie up my staff. We've got experienced folks in Habitat for Humanity for running this project and to see it succeed. And that also is a monetary blessing, frankly, to the city, that I don't have to hire some staff or a contractor to oversee this project. What I'm asking for from you all is to give me the authorization to enter into a contract with Habitat for Humanity with $200,000 from the Housing Reserve and get that arranged so that Habitat for Humanity by October 11th can complete the deal with the owners. And we will be excited to be partners on it, but we aren't going to take the lead. The risk, the financial risk, the other kinds of risks are with Habitat for Humanity. I do ask that you approve this. We are all here open for questions. As you can tell, we could talk about it forever, and I know it's late. So if there's something specific, I'm happy to address that.
Great. I think there's probably specific questions about how do we ensure, and I know you've touched upon this, but how do we ensure that the 2 units will stay affordable into the future? What are the guarantees we will have?
So as part of the program, Habitat for Humanity, it is what they call a perpetual affordability covenant. So the house cannot just be sold because of the assistance provided by Habitat and the city. And this is the way that the Habitat program works. The owner cannot sell the property right onto the market for market rate. The owner has to sell the property back to Habitat. This is called the shared equity model. So if you can imagine, Habitat gets a portion of the equity, the city gets their soft lent money back. And Habitat, also that shared equity model, there's a percentage that actually goes to the homeowner. So they are building equity. It's just at a little bit of a slower rate because the home ownership opportunity was done in partnership. So that's where the 200,000 comes back. If it's sold, comes to us, and the person there shares the equity with Habitat, who then rolls that money back in and puts it back on the market at the AMI. I think we're at 80% on this one. Yeah.
Okay. And you mentioned, so our commitment would be the 200,000. What if something happened moving forward and the project didn't move forward? Do we lose the 200,000 or would it come back to the city?
Grace,
there's a lien. This is a real estate transaction. We do something very similar, Mayor, with our Homestretch program, although the terms are a little bit different. We give $10,000 to a household or home ownership, and then we have a lien that sits on the property. We attend the closing because we make sure that our legal document is a part of that transaction. It's a little different because that's a forgivable loan after 5 years. This would not be. It will stay on the property for the full term of the loan, which is 30 years, 0 interest to that family. And the one exciting thing that Habitat mentioned to myself and Samira is that they haven't been able to identify properties or partners in this area. And so you can imagine why, when you look at 20910, 20912, 20901, you're not going to find anything in that price point.
I would also like to note, Mayor, that the property owners, once they've purchased the property, they'll be paying taxes to the city.
Yeah.
So, this has been a rent stabilized property for 40 years, and it now will have in many respects, a higher level of payment for property taxes.
Right.
And I will say that the property tax has often been a barrier to the projects we have looked at in the past, because again, we've been working with Habitat for over a year to identify something that works. And when I said this was a discount and not a subsidy, I absolutely mean it, because the, you know, the taxes in our city have an effect on who can actually purchase and what that final monthly payment looks like for them. So this is definitely a benefit to that on both sides.
And if we didn't move forward with this project, what would happen to the building?
The owner's prepared to, well, let me say this, the owner's prepared to move forward with a company that will absolutely flip that property.
They already have an established relationship with a private developer who will flip the property. It's already been done to a similar home that is back on the market at $800,000, over $800,000.
And the sale price.
So that's what happened.
400.
Yes, right. The sales price was about 400, and it's on the market for it's sold for 800,000.
All right, sorry, I monopolized your time, but perhaps I asked questions that my colleagues had. Councilmember Siemens.
I thank you so much, Mayor. And, I'm really sorry that our staff members are so shy and reticent to talk in detail. Back in late 2014, shortly after I had recovered from my heart surgery, I had the pleasure of visiting Habitat for Humanity as I was trying to find some alternative for Tacoma Park for providing affordable housing. And so much of what was told us tonight about the way the program works, I can confirm is the same thing they told me at that time, and how the executive director was, wishing that he could find some housing here in Tacoma Park that was available and a program, the funding to do something here. So it's exciting to see this come forward. And it was, I think about that same time or shortly thereafter that Mayor Stewart proposed the idea of a housing reserve fund to the council. And after a lot of discussion on, well, what is it? How are we going to use it? The answer is, well, we don't know exactly what's going to be the best way to use it, but we do know that any of the opportunities are going to cost more money than we can afford to put in the budget in 1 year. And so for that reason, I supported the Housing Reserve Fund. And as you can obviously tell, so did the rest of the council, to start to accumulate some money, put it in the bank, hold on to it until we found the proper use of it, so that we could start to really address the affordable housing problem in Tacoma Park beyond, as Ms. Samira Cook-Gaines said tonight, beyond rental properties. We we knew we had a problem. We knew that we wanted to do something about it. The mayor had come up with this plan, and fortunately the council has put money in it. It's been money in the bank that we have not dipped into, and now it's time to use it for what we put the money in there for. And I'm sure some people are going to say that, well, you could have used it for this other plan, but this is the bird in the hand. We have a plan. We have an organization that has an incredibly good reputation for providing affordable housing, and I have no questions. I absolutely support this, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Siemens. Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Ms. Cook-Gaines, Ms. Wiggins, for the presentation. I remember when Brian Kenner was on the city manager, trying to figure out a way to get people who are tenants to be able to purchase homes in Tacoma Park was a priority for me, and we just could not figure out a way to do it because it's just so expensive. So I really do appreciate you guys figuring this out. Couple questions. There are two liens on the property. As you know, a lot of times families pull money out of their property to send their kids to college. Is that possible with this program? Okay.
It's not, Councilmember Smith. Samira, I think, highlighted the fact that it's a shared equity model. And so you really don't start building any equity before 5 years. And it's a very small percentage. Habitat has a model that has a graduated scale of how that percentage works. But I will tell you this, you'll have a better opportunity to send your kids to college because the calculation that, and again, this all ties back to the work that you all are doing as council members and what we're doing in this region. 30% of that income goes towards the housing cost. That's the model that Habitat uses. And so closing that gap with these dollars means that they can hit that 30% mark. And I mean, that's really the ideal. And you know, many of us don't live within that 30%, but that's really where you get the savings because you're not using all of your income for other expenses. And because of the energy efficiency issues, you know, electric bills will be way less than, you know, the house next door because we're thinking about sustainability. And I can't think of another model that reflects the values of our city and the things that we want to see in the foundation that we've already established.
Legally, are we able to say that we want the buyers to be Tacoma Park residents?
Samir and I already started that conversation with, say, we're all thinking on the same wavelength. We've already started that conversation with Habitat. They are in consultation with their attorney to find out whether or not priority can be given. That was the first thing that we talked about. Could priority be given to an existing homeowner here or
existing renter
in the city of Tacoma Park? It's a classic.
And I'll add, Councilmember Smith, that in those questions to their attorney, we're also asking whether or not a city employee could have a priority there. We specifically know that we have a number of city employees who've been a part of our first-time home buyer classes, and then they buy a house outside of Tacoma Park, even though they've been working here for 15 years and love the city. So we have asked those questions, but just to be, I don't believe that it's going to necessarily swing that way, in my professional opinion, and from the projects I've worked on. There can be a level of preference in their pipeline because they do build a pipeline of homeowners. So they're doing the outreach and they can specifically do outreach to our renters. And that's one way that they know they can absolutely kind of inform Tacoma Park renters in particular that here is their program. They will, and here is an opportunity right in your own backyard. So they can definitely target us, but we can't guarantee right now. They're definitely speaking to their attorneys.
Yeah.
So you mentioned it's a 3-unit building. What is going to happen to the other unit?
The building is going to be changed so it's divided differently from the 3 units into a 2-unit building.
Yeah.
There's a subdivision process that Habitat has already started. Suzanne and I were at the property not too long ago. There are architects that they're in the process of engaging now to figure out how they can do it, given the current configuration.
Okay.
And it is zoned. And the property is zoned for duplex home ownership.
Okay, good.
So they don't even have to go through those steps. Again, there are a number of stars that really lined up with this property that really made us excited.
And so my last question, what happens if one of the owners gets into financial trouble?
Well, so Habitat for Humanity doesn't just renovate the property and hold and give the loan. They hold that loan.
Okay.
That loan does not get sold. And they have less than in what, the last 10 years, they've had less than 2 defaults because they wrap around the homeowner. They don't walk away, they stay with them. So if there is an issue, or you do want to talk about how you can adjust your finances for a college opportunity, Habitat provides that wraparound assistance to the homeowner, which is a very rare thing. Most home buyer assistance programs leave you at the settlement table.
Right. That's excellent. I do support this project. We got to start somewhere.
Yes.
I would just leave everyone with some data on Black wealth in America. Dr. Sandy Darty of Duke has done great work on this. City of Boston, white families, $240,000, Black families, $8.
Right. Yeah.
And just to wrap that conversation, I do want to say that there's only 3 ways to create wealth in America: home ownership, education, and business ownership. There's no other way. So if we're not supporting our businesses, if we don't have great schools, if we're not supporting our universities and higher education, and we're not supporting home ownership opportunities, we're not supporting sustainable financial families.
Councilwoman Dabala.
Well, most of my questions have been answered. I'm very happy to hear that the discussions about who the home buyer might be. Could they be a Tacoma Park resident? Could they be a person of color? Could we could Green Habitat prioritize that? Really glad to hear those discussions have started. I think this is great. I have 2 questions based on the comments that some residents made tonight. You 2 are the people who are managing the COVID programs. You're the folks who are working tirelessly to help with rental assistance, to help with small businesses, to help with COVID needs. And I hear the 2 of you recommending that we do this now rather than use this fund for something more short-term. Yeah, I'm seeing head shaking. Okay. And then as far, just going back, I appreciate Councilmember Seaman's little history lesson there about the formation. I hadn't realized how active the mayor had been in forming the Housing Reserve Fund and leading us to the affordable housing plan that we adopted, which does very clearly spell out that this is something that this is exactly the kind of thing we want to do. To build equity, to build financial wealth, to build that kind of equity for folks who've been left out of the party here. I was one of those people who said last year, well, what are the criteria for the Housing Reserve Fund? What are we supposed to be doing with this? I don't really, as I have watched the 2 of you pursue various opportunities and look for ways that we can implement the plan, I've come to understand that it is really a matter of all the pieces falling into place and not a matter of my making a list of these are the 3 things I want to use the housing fund for. So I withdraw that question that I had last year about what are the criteria for the Housing Reserve Fund. I just wanted to let you know that I've come to that conclusion. So yes, I think this is great. And I think most residents in Ward 2 support it, not everybody. And I'd really like to see us go forward with it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Councilman Kostick.
Thank you very much. I think most of or all of my questions have been answered. I just wanted to say thank you to both of you. And I'm even more excited about this now than I was before. So I really appreciate the thorough presentation and getting into answers to all of our questions and why this is so important. And also, as you mentioned, the emphasis on partnerships, which it seems to me grows our capacity to be able to do things now and into the future, and really leverages what we have in a really great way. So thank you both very, very much.
Thank you. I will say this, just for the council, and you already know this. So the county also has a right of first refusal on some of our properties. They've come before you on a number of occasions because they've established partnerships in the county with a number of nonprofit organizations that have expanded affordable housing for vulnerable populations. And so, you know, this is an area that we have not tapped into in a significant way. We've been careful and thoughtful. The county does this, and just so that you have some basis for comparison, Prince George's County most recently instituted a right of first refusal, because the only thing that we're not getting any more of is land. And the city owns very few parcels of property in the city of Tacoma Park. So it makes it very difficult to have full-scale plans where you're just going to build hundreds of units. And the one thing I will say about these two units, which Samira and I had a number of conversations about, these aren't condominiums. These are two individual single-family homes. At this price point, the only comparable affordable housing that we have that's home ownership is our condominium units. And as many of you know, and Council Members Searcy and I and Darrell Braithwaite were on a call with one of those common ownership communities this past week, where there are struggles over dollars. Maintenance, upkeep, repair. It is a very difficult model to maintain, and we're trying to provide support for those communities as well to fortify them, but that's not what this project is about. This is about single home ownership. Samira and I are from a part of the country where they call them two-family homes or
two-family homes.
It's a very new northeast term.
Or semi-detached.
Semi-detached, right? Attached on one side. So that's what this is. And it's in a neighborhood, and thank you to Councilmember Dhavala for joining us with Habitat. That the area behind the house, across the house, the neighbors came out. Everyone just seemed so friendly.
It was a very wonderful, or it was a very welcoming reception we received. And what it did was it really said that the families moving in would be welcomed, and that this was just going to be a supportive place. It was. Other than the mosquitoes, it was a great day.
Can I just say one more thing about the family that is has been offering this affordable rental for 30 some years. They also live in Tacoma Park. Just want to point out that they are an example of how many of the small couple 3-4 unit buildings that we have that are owned by people who live in the community, who choose to be landlords and offer that service. So I just wanted to let everybody else know that.
And
thank you.
I would like to mention that I have been, since I've walked in the door and connected with Grace on housing, tried to emphasize that we need to look at our landlords as business owners. So, you know, the time bound around this, we're not going to lowball the property. This is we're paying for what it would cost on the market. And this family is, you know, being a Tacoma Park family and all of the Tacoma Park good vibes that kind of come from that. They are really, again, it's just another star of the alignment. So the legacy there, and trying to identify these couple unit buildings that are really turning over extremely quickly in Tacoma Park, and having an opportunity to get a hold of them, talk about a legacy around that family, and then give them the equity that they deserve. The other piece I'll just emphasize is one of the criteria, since we've talked about where criteria comes from, one of the major criteria for a project like this is that it's free of tenants. So we're not buying a property to displace people. This is a property that stars aligned again, all of the tenants had moved out. So it was ready to go on the market. We weren't looking at displacement, and we just didn't want, one opportunity for home ownership here when we could have two and we could have something affordable.
Great. Let's see. Councilman Costick, you already spoke, right? Sorry, I'm losing track of people. Hands up. I have council members Searcy and Kovar left.
All right. Folks hear me?
Yeah.
Awesome. So I kind of want to start. I think we're often talking a lot about what Black and Brown residents in our community want from a place of speculation. And I think that our Black and Brown residents, we've reached out and we know what they want. So if people will indulge me for a second. Focus group participants also noticed that purchasing a home was costly in Tacoma Park, forcing many to rent. The increasing cost of rent also concerned residents. Some felt new townhomes or other smaller, affordable owner-occupied units would be a good addition to the city. Prices are rising, but I'm unable to move. I'm stuck. That's what one person said. Rent is very expensive. If I pay like $1,600 for a bedroom, why don't I just pay that for a mortgage, a townhouse? Yes. So that is what our residents told us when we had focus groups discussions in 2018. So there is no speculation about what many of the people in our communities who are living in our multifamily buildings want. I know that we're in the middle of a pandemic, but I also want to acknowledge the fact that the pandemic actually creates opportunities for the haves, and the have-nots are struggling. So if you have, you're actually probably saving money during the pandemic because interest rates are going into the toilet right now. You have so many people refinancing and figuring out ways to save money. Meanwhile, you have renters who are waiting with bated breath to see whether or not the landlord may force them to increase rents on them. So this is an opportunity for us to not only advance our goal, but to also meet the articulated needs of residents, Black and Brown residents in our community. We may actually be, in a very back-ended way, creating affordability for them. Because many, although we tend to use the term affordable, like people are living for like $2 a square, like that's not what's happening. People are paying a lot of money to stay in some of our multifamily buildings. So to say, hey, we're going to create this opportunity means that we may actually be surprisingly saving people money if they're able to come out of some of our rental properties into this opportunity, given the framework that's been talked about today. So I wholeheartedly support what you all are proposing and the work that you're doing. I think $200,000 is a steal. There are prices that are going up in Ward 6 specifically that are shocking. Because again, interest rates are really low. A house goes on the market. It is on the market for no longer than a month, and then it sells for an exorbitant amount of money. So when we know that that's what's happening here, why would we not take advantage of this opportunity? So I want to thank you all for all of your hard work and your ingenuity in terms of trying to figure out some backdoor deals to get us somewhere. Because I think this is an opportunity. And I think sometimes we as a city don't recognize a gift horse when it's sitting right there for you to just take advantage of it. And so I'm encouraging us to do just that. So thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Great. Councilmember Kovar.
Thank you. I'll be really quick. I support this. Just a couple of things I want to say. Number one, I agree with Councilmember Smith and possibly others on the idea of them being a resident in Tacoma Park, if at all possible. I get what the lawyers are saying, but I would tell them we really want that, not just could we have it, that we want that. And The other thing I would say is this is a sort of a blower check against gentrification. So I think that's good. And when we did the strategic plan, I talked a lot, and my colleagues, I think, looked at me kind of crazy at times, like I was crazy, I mean, but I talked about how the only way we're going to produce, particularly missing middle, is by partnerships with an outside nonprofit foundation or financial institution. I realize this is not a big deal in terms of the number of units, but this is exactly the kind of thing we do. And I can imagine if we can pull it off, and then Habitat may say, okay, next time we'll work with you on the big thing at the former Adventist Hospital site, or the big thing somehow connected to the rec center, or whatever else it is. So this is initial, small, and I realize it doesn't change the whole world, but this is the kind of thing that we need to do. So I am supporting it. Thanks.
Peter, I would like to, excuse me, Councilmember Kovar, I'd love to jump in and just really say that when you had the conversation during that time around partnership, Councilmember Smith also spoke about it, that partnership piece. We have been working hard, and I have to tell you, as your economic development manager, when you don't have money and you don't own land, not many private developers want to talk to you. The nonprofit developers want to give you rental housing because that's how they make money. So for us to find this partnership, you know, again, I said a land trust was a little bit out of our hands unless we find that miracle partner. So here we are. So thank you for that. And I appreciate you driving the point of partnership home, because that's how we're going to get a lot of this done.
I was about to say, you don't have to contribute anything more since it's late, but actually I'm glad you just said that part, so.
Councilmember Siemens, did you have anything to add?
And just as a final, I would like to say that, you know, Habitat for Humanity is a fantastic nonprofit organization. They do a professional job on renovating the homes and getting them ready for sale. And I, because we are in such a progressive community, you know, although it's late at night, I would like to encourage people to contact Habitat for Humanity and think about volunteering to actually help on putting this house together for people. And of course, I'm sure they also accept donations. Thank you.
They do.
And just a quick timeline, if we close on the property October 11th as planned, by the time they go through permitting, design, all of those other things, we would look at a property opening probably around this time next year. So it would take, it's going to be about a year-long process. Just FYI, in case anyone's wondering.
I will say this, that just as a point of correction and note. So we wouldn't be closing on the 11th. We would have a contract to the owner by the 11th. And then the closing would occur probably within 2.5 weeks of that. But Samira is absolutely correct. This isn't a flip. They're taking that property down to the studs. They're working with an architect, other engineers. I mean, this is a professional job, and it offers a wonderful opportunity for us to see something like this happen from beginning to end. The last thing I'll say for the evening is, because I am incredibly sensitive to what's going on in our community, in our region, in our world around COVID-19. I understand what's going on. I deal with it every single day, including weekends. I'm talking to people, working through options, trying to figure out how people will remain in their homes, both homeowners and renters. There are a lot of deep, complex issues that are going on in our community. If I thought for 1 second that $1 of this money would deplete any effort that we would have to help somebody, I would not be coming before the council. I am responsible, and I am not interested in projects that don't have the ability to increase the objectives of this city council and this city, and the values, as I've said, of this city. So for people who think this is, you know, those dollars would be used for COVID, we have strong, you talk about strong partnerships. We are working in partnership with the county and other outside partners that are helping people in the city of Tacoma Park to prevent evictions, to prevent food instability and insecurity. I mean, 2 of your council members here are working day and night on that issue. We're all on the same team around this, and this project is so important. And for those of you who are not working directly with residents that are struggling during this time, this project means that somebody owned a home, they would not be at the mercy of a landlord who could potentially evict them.
Thanks,
Because
Grace.
there are way more protections for people who own homes. There are forbearances that you can get. You can work with your lender. Many of our residents
Thanks,
and our
Grace.
tenants are concerned about eviction. And so for those who are concerned about that issue, please know that I'm taking that into consideration as well as I bring this proposal with Samira before the council. Thank you, Susie.
Awesome. All right. Oh, we need to vote. I just want to add, I started off grilling you all on a lot of questions, and I want to say this is, like Councilmember Seaman said, back when we started the housing reserve and started working on the strategic plan, and started thinking about the home stretch program and all the other things. This is the goal, was to move in this direction, to have projects like this, and having a team like you all on the staff to make this a reality is really just, thank you for all the work that's gone into this. It's excellent. So would someone like to move the ordinance? Actually, Councilwoman DeBala, it's your ward, you go. Councilwoman DeBala moved, and I think I saw Councilmember Seaman second. Any other conversation on this question? All right, will the clerk call the vote?
Councilmember Kovar. Councilmember DeBala. I saw, yes. Councilmember DeBala. Councilmember Costick.
Aye.
Councilmember Siemens.
Aye.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Searcy.
Aye.
Mayor Stewart.
Is an enthusiastic aye. Thank you. All right, thank you all, and thank you for the late night. We'll move on. We have, I think, a couple of work sessions that I hope won't take terribly long. The first is a discussion of council committee appointments. Who should I turn to? I guess, do I want to do this one? So we had a conversation. All right, so we've been working on looking at our committees now for a while, and looking at how we can make them more inclusive and reflective of our community. We know that there are great disparities in those who serve on our committees. They are reflective of, or the people who tend to serve on our committees are older white homeowners, which is not reflective of our community overall. So we've been working diligently and thinking about how we can kind of shift the committee structure and increase more people on it so it is more reflective of our community. In that process, we have talked about, and because of COVID, back in the summer, we passed a resolution that would extend people's terms that were on committees if they would stay on committees. The other thing we talked about, but we did not take a position on at that time, was whether or not we wanted to halt recruiting new members for committees because this work was happening. I think at the time when we were discussing this in the spring, we thought we might have more time to come before council and have this council discuss changes to the committee structure that would be put in place. However, that is not going to happen before our elections. And so if we look at timeline, if we have our elections in early November, new council takes, is sworn in, chances are that a new council will not be looking at really changes to our committee structure until winter or early spring. I would say that I would move that for us as a council, that we do not actually hold off on or freeze appointments to committees, but rather continue to recruit and try and recruit a broad section of our community, particularly focusing on those people who tend not to serve on our committees as frequently. And so, yes, that's what I would put forward to my colleagues at this time. And we said we would come back to this in September when we talked about this in the summer. So that's why we're doing it now. Any questions or thoughts on this? Councilman Costick, are you with us? I don't see you anymore. Oh, there you are.
Sorry, I'm eating. So I was hoping somebody would go before me. Yeah, I appreciate the work on this, and I agree. I think we need to move forward on appointments that would help us meet our goals of making our committees more diverse and representative of our community. And I think what we need to do is, as we are presented with people applying for committees who don't help us further that goal, those might be cases where we want to hold off a little bit and see. We kind of have fallen into a habit of not necessarily having a great sense of when we will have more applicants. And so sometimes I think we just appoint people because they're in front of us and they look like good applicants and we might as well go ahead. So I think we should take a more critical look at that. But I am supportive of appointing members when it meets our goals. And also, I think we need to be thinking about how we can really achieve our goals, because I also think there are some changes that need to be made to the committee structures and the processes, and making sure that we are recruiting people as well in a way that is actually yielding the people we need to have on these committees, because I think we've been saying that for a while and we haven't been able to yet achieve that to the extent that we want. So I think we need to be more creative in that, more innovative in that, and also listen a little bit more to residents who might be great committee members but haven't applied for those positions, and find out why that is and how we can make the committees more appropriate for them. I know we're going to talk in a little bit about the tree commission. I think that is a great example of this this challenge that we face, and so we'll talk a little bit more then, but in general, I think this is the right direction as we move forward.
Great. Councilmember Kovar.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Councilwoman Demolla, then Kovar. Sorry.
Thank you. It's tough because I really don't want us to move ahead with individual appointments on a piecemeal basis that just repeat that compound the issues that we have had up until now with this one at a time appointment process. And so I'm wondering if there's some way we can agree on a recruitment and appointment strategy in the short run. I also think that if we are appointing people to fill a particular need, such as for a balance of different voices, different types of residents, that we make those, or in the case of the tree commission, that we need to have bodies in the seats to fulfill the legal obligations that the commission has, that we consider making them short-term like everybody else till June 30th of next year, so that when we get all of the other pieces in place, we can move ahead with a fresh start on all of it. So particularly in the list of things that was in the cover sheet, we are not going to be developing job descriptions and an annual application period and all of that right now, but an active recruitment strategy for the committees that we have now that focuses on folks who have been underrepresented would be a really useful thing, rather than oh, this week we have somebody who's applied to be on the fill in the blank committee, and we don't have, again, don't repeat the same things we've done to wind up with not actually having the representation that we're looking for. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kovar and then Smith.
Yes, thank you. And I agree, we shouldn't freeze the appointments and we should go forward. There are a number of ideas for how to broaden the membership and the diversity that have been discussed on some of the listservs. And I don't know if tonight we're expecting to go into all of that or just make a decision about this. So that's fine. I agree that we should continue making appointments. I will say, I don't think I would vote for the tree commission appointments at this stage. I don't know whether we can talk about that in a minute when we get to it. I don't know if they're needed to make a quorum or something like that, but I think either we should find another way to do it or make them very short interim appointments or something, because we can't have this conversation and then just go vote to approve 3 applicants who seem like they're very good people with good qualifications, but it would just be to go do that right after we did this just wouldn't make any sense to me. So thank you.
Councilmember Smith.
I would say that, you know, I appreciate all the hard work that's gone into this, but for me personally, I don't think we have answered the question, why would a Black or brown person want to be on our committees? Now, people are on COLTA because of self-interest, right? If you're a tenant, you want to make sure that you can protect your tenancy, your family's tenancy, neighbors. Same if you're a landlord. But the other committees, I have not met, let me rephrase it. I've met very few Black and brown people that have said that the committees that we currently have are the ones that they are just waiting to become a member, that they cannot wait one more minute to establish an application with the clerk. I've rarely seen that. So if people aren't interested in the committees we have, we can't expect any type of efforts to recruit new people if that's just not their thing. We got to find out what people want, I believe, because right now it's not what we have except COLTA.
Councilman Searcy, sorry.
Councilmember Smith stole my talking point. He is 100% correct. He's absolutely right. I think, and I've mentioned once before, we need to look at our committees through a lens of what purpose and who do they serve. We have quite a few committees that, although they may have a title that might imply that they focus on things that would matter to Black and brown residents or residents in other parts of the city, they may not. So someone who, for example, picking on the facade group, just bear with me. But I actually had someone say, I signed up to participate thinking that we would be talking about commercial districts along New Hampshire Avenue and trying to figure out how we can make some recommendations and some inroads to improve the commercial street, because I live over here and I'm sitting in these meetings and they're talking about Old Town. This doesn't resonate with me. It's not connected to my neighborhood in any way that's meaningful to me. And although I'm willing to volunteer my time, I don't have much of it, and I would rather spend my time focused more on the things that really matter in the area in which I live. So I agree with Councilmember Smith. It's about figuring out and taking stock of the committees that we have. Do they have the right charge? Are there some gaps? And really trying to figure out how do we make sure that we're hitting on the right topics that matter to people of color in this community. Because if you keep trying to make people like a topic to spend their discretionary time and it's in no way related to their daily life or anywhere or in the immediate vicinity of their home, they're not going to volunteer for it. So I think that's something, and also the time for more focused approach to that we're asking them to do, and that might be a better way to make sure that we get the necessary recruitment as well, specifically to have more.
Well, I think I think Councilmember Smith and Searcy, that is exactly what we're trying to do with the bigger work on committees. And I think I just wrote a way to summarize, Councilman Searcy, as you just said that. What I guess I just want to make sure I'm hearing correctly from the group. The question before us is whether or not folks want to have a freeze applications to the committees at this point as that bigger work continues to get done. That's what we had considered a couple of months ago, and that, I guess that's what's on the table. So is there anyone who would like us not to consider filling or taking new applications for the committees as we continue the work, the broader work on the committees? Okay.
Let me just say, I think we should freeze. By freezing the committees tells residents that we're serious about what's next. If we continue to let people on these committees, people are going to say, well, what is the council really doing?
Okay. Great. Councilman Kostick?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, I agree to an extent, Councilmember Smith, that we need to take a stronger stance in terms of not just perpetuating the status quo and say this isn't something we're going to keep on doing. I do think if we are able to appoint people to the committees who will, the committees as they currently stand, we have people who are interested, who are going to meet our goals here. I do think we should go ahead with that, but I also think we should be really upfront with them about the fact that we are looking at restructuring our committees and that this may be a short-term appointment and we really want you to be involved long-term, but just so you know, the structure is probably going to change and it will change in a positive way, and not have people feel like we're bringing them into something that is sort of a structure that their contributions will be, that make sure we understand that their contributions will be valued in that context, but that the structure may be changing.
And just to note, I don't think we can actually appoint people for shorter amount of times because of how there's time. I mean, I'll ask the city clerk to actually weigh in on this because of the way committees are set up and some of them are in our charter and everything. So I just wanted to flag that. I'm not sure that that is an option. We can look into it.
This is Jessie. I think it's worth considering. We could ask the city attorney. I mean, the council took an action with an emergency ordinance that extended terms. A similar action could accomplish the same goal by creating short terms, I would think.
Got it.
We'd have to check, of course. But.
Great. All right. If I know it's getting late, but I'd like to know whether or not I need to add this to an agenda in the next 4 weeks. So I have Councilmember Smith stated that he would favor freezing appointments to committees moving forward as we're doing the broader work. Is there a show of hands, is there any other support for that, which we would then bring back a resolution to do that in a coming week?
Can I just ask, is there a need to have a resolution on that, or can we consider appointments on a rolling basis? Because I would think there are appointments I wouldn't want to make But there are other appointments that I think would be appropriate.
I don't know if the city clerk has an opinion on this, but I think it could get really confusing for people and for our staff. And given that we're in the midst of the election, I don't know if anyone has the time to do the analysis to say, okay, we advertise for committees and for people to put in applications in the newsletter and on the website. And so if we were going to say, I guess I don't want people applying for committees if we know we're not going to accept them or ask our staff to review applications and process them. If we say, we're not going to take anybody for a rec committee or something like that. You know what I'm saying? So does that make sense?
Yeah, I think it does. I think even if we decide to move ahead with appointments and don't have a resolution on freezing them, I still could foresee us, and I personally, my vote would be in some cases where I would not want to move forward on something despite not having had that blanket resolution.
Yeah, no, I definitely, we don't ever have to really, I guess, appoint anybody if we don't like the people, or not like, if we don't feel like the appropriate people have applied for something. Okay.
Could I add just one thing quickly? Just that there are two committees where that will not be able to function without members, and that's the Grants Review Committee and the Tree Commission. So
what was the first one?
Those two committees.
Grants Review.
Pardon?
Peter asked.
Grants Review Committee and the Tree Commission. At some point in the there's some time with the Grants Review Committee, but not a lot of time. So at some point in the reasonable near future, the council will need to take some action on those.
The two reasons that I would prioritize for filling an appointment and why I would say let's not freeze everything would be in the case of those committees that need people in order in the short run to fulfill their function. And Jesse just said there are two. And in the other one being if it fulfills our equity goals. Other than that, I think again, if we're making piecemeal appointments, we're just making this reinforcing the things that we're trying to fix in the first place. So I wouldn't want to freeze appointments, but I agree with Councilmember Kostick that my yes votes might be pretty limited on individual.
I guess so. I would say we could probably in the resolution make an exception for committees that need appointments to function, because we need the Tree Commission to function. We need COLTA to function, ethics and other committees that have a semi-judicial, or whatever the word is, role. And I guess I have a problem just when we know our committee structure is dysfunctional or not working in the ways we want it to work, to appoint people because we say that they're forwarding our equity goals. I feel like we're putting people in positions when we're saying we know this isn't exactly how we want it to work. And I feel like we should fix it first before we ask people to be put on committees. So I think that's what I'm also thinking about.
But I guess the only thing I would say to also think about in that case is that for the committees which have enough people to function, they're not short in terms of having a quorum, what are we telling them? Should they just not bother doing anything? That's the other challenge, the other side of the coin, right?
Right. Councilman Kostick?
Yeah, kind of along those lines. I guess I feel like if we're not appointing people, if we're not going to appoint people that meet our goals of achieving more representative committees, then I'm not sure we should have our committees be continuing in general, because I'm not sure that I'm comfortable then having these committees sit for the rest of the year, advising us on things that aren't really representative of the community. And I know we've had that status quo for a long time, but that's not something that we want to continue.
So any proposals? So I guess I'll just
I said earlier that we could make short-term appointments in those cases then where we need a committee to function while we work out the details. Next week will be, I think it's next week, we'll be talking about the code of conduct, voting on the code of conduct, which is a piece of the committee appointments. It makes it clear, more clear what the expectations are of an individual committee member. So that helps. And perhaps we should consider sooner rather than later, one or two of the specific measures, not the whole package, but the one or two of the specific measures for recruitment and
I think
an appointment.
I think that the issue is, and I'll go back to, I think it was either Councilmember Smith or CSU that said that, you know, I think we need to not make assumptions and talk to people about why they're not joining committees or what committees they want to join. And to me, that's a process that we haven't fully gone through yet. And I don't believe rushing this in the next 4 weeks before the election is gonna work in terms of just putting in a new recruitment structure.
No, you asked for a proposal. I
Yeah,
didn't
no,
have
I
a
just,
good one.
like, I don't know if like, all right. So I think the one thing we do have on the table is freezing the appointments of new committee members that Councilmember Smith put on the table. And I would imagine, Councilmember Smith, you'd be okay with, if we did move forward with that, appointing people to those committees that we needed for pseudo judicial like functions in the, yeah, okay. All right, so who would favor freezing taking it up again in a resolution on freezing appointments to committees as this broader work is being done, except for appointments to those committees that needed people to fill them in order to do their so the pseudo judicial functions.
Sorry, can I clarify really quickly before we vote? But the committees that we are not appointing people to would still continue. We would not be freezing those committees.
That's not what I heard. If somebody wants to make that proposal, we could deal with that. This is.
Say that again. I didn't hear that.
I just wanted to clarify that the proposal is to stop appointing people, but we would continue to have the committees as they're currently structured until we reform them.
That was what I think Councilmember Smith suggested. If someone wants to suggest freezing all our committees, I think that's a little like, you can put that out there and we can take that up again. So, all right, so freezing appointments except, and obviously we'll have to vote on this so we'll have another discussion, but I just want to know whether or not I should have the city attorney work on this and put it on an agenda item in the near future. Who supports? I have Councilmember Smith, Siemens, Councilwoman Searcy, we can't hear you.
I didn't hear the full thing of what we're voting on right now. If you could just repeat what is on the table.
Sure.
I'm sorry, I turn into, my brain goes to mush after.
I agree. It is, and again, we will have to work out the details of this, but just a hand vote to know whether or not we should look at a resolution that would freeze appointments to our committees as we're doing the bigger work on restructuring and thinking about our committees. The only exceptions would be for those committees that needed appointments that were the pseudo judicial committees that needed to have appointments to continue their function. So Tree Commission, COLTA, Ethics, Board of
Control Board.
Hmm?
Noise Control Board.
Noise Control Board. Those committees. So I have
The grants committee as well would fall into that bucket, right? Or no?
I guess we could decide when we actually voted on this if we wanted to extend it to things outside of the pseudo judicial committees.
Okay.
Okay. So who's for continuing to explore and potentially voting on freezing appointments as we do the broader work on committees? I saw Councilmember Smith, Siemens, Searcy. Anyone else? Dabala. Okay. So we will have the city attorney work something up and bring it back to us. And yeah, okay. Great. Tree Commission appointments. That's the next thing.
Didn't we just discuss that?
We didn't discuss Tree Commission. We have three.
They're a quasi judicial function that needs a certain number of people for a quorum. So they're in the
and as of September 30th, we only have 2 members.
Right, and so they're in the non-freeze category, is what I thought we just.
Well, we also didn't officially vote on freezing people yet, or freezing. Sorry, freezing.
Right, but we discussed it, and I thought that, okay, maybe not. I thought that we had pretty much covered that. So I guess I should say then that I think that is an area where we do want to make a short-term appointment in order for them to continue their function. And I would emphasize short-term.
All right, so if we want to make a short term, then I think we need to also work with the city attorney to pass an emergency ordinance regarding short-term appointments. So if Councilwoman Costick, you have a hand up?
I do, yeah. So although I do favor continuing to appoint people to committees in general when they're meeting our goals, I am concerned about this committee specifically, which I know is a committee that we need to have in order to hear these rulings, but it's also a committee that is making actual rulings on people and people's tree appeals. And so to me, it seems even more essential that this committee is actually, that the Tree Commission is actually representative and has diversity on it, and is, you know, I mean, it feels to me a little bit like it's an all-white jury making a decision on a case if we have the structure we currently have right now. So I'm curious what the kind of drop dead date for having to have these people in these seats is, and how many people we need to have a quorum, and what we can do to change that. I mean, I had a conversation with someone today who's potentially interested, who I would love to get on the Tree Commission, and I'm going to follow up on that. But I'm curious if I can get a sense of what the last date is when these people's terms expire, and how many people we need to have on that committee to just be meeting the requirements.
I don't know if
So would it make sense to, we need to look into this a little bit. It's a 5-member commission, the Tree Commission. It's up to 5 members. There'll be 2 as of the end of the month. There's not, to my knowledge, there's not a pending appeal, so that there's a little time to breathe. And we'd need to find out, Susie, I don't know if the city manager knows how many people need to be on the commission to hear an appeal. So, and I don't know the answer to that. I looked in the code and I couldn't quite see that there's something specific there.
I think that's a city attorney question.
Yeah.
You know, I do. I mean, from what I'm hearing of the council, I think you may want to appoint the minimum number that meet whatever that criteria is.
Yeah.
But I don't know the number.
Cool.
So we need to get more information for you.
Yeah. All right, so we'll freeze that for the moment and come back with more information, hopefully next week. So we'll move on to our last work session item, which is an update on how election stuff is going.
Well, fortunately, there's not much to say. So there's not a lot new. I provided the information from last week, and you know, we're doing a few things, but there's not anything really new to report. So I'm getting lots of calls from people who have questions and who need to register to vote and who want to find out about absentee ballots and so on. So I'm working through that, and we've got our ballot drop boxes, and we'll be adding suitable decoration signage to them. And there's not really much else to report at this time, except I want to encourage people to ask questions if they come up, and if you have any questions tonight.
I do have one question. Several residents have asked me if there is any way to work out either virtually or online or somehow when people drop their ballot off, the I voted stickers. People care a lot about those I voted stickers.
Yeah, we'll see. Right. We'll see what we can do.
I mean, there's been talk about it.
I know.
People do care about it.
Yeah. It costs money to insert them in the envelopes is
It
the thing.
does.
And I don't know, you know, it's an extra insert into the envelope.
The time to do that, yeah.
Yeah, well, it's not the time. Yeah, well, there's a cost. I mean,
time is money in this case, yes.
There may
Yeah,
be a
but we
way,
could-
you know, we could have it at the Dropbox.
Yeah,
We could have some at the Dropbox that you could pick up.
That's what I was wondering about, but it's hardly the most pressing issue. Thank you for all the great work you've been doing.
Yeah, well, small things matter in elections too.
Yeah. Cool. All right. Anyone else have any questions? Awesome. Well, great work tonight. We'll come back with more next week, and stay safe. And thank you all. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Good night.
Bye.